We need the hard times. We need to go through pain.
ek gaan help in sy kantoor nie. Zanda gaan nou haar rekenaar kom aan oopmaak. Kyk hierso, unlock somewhere account of change the password van iets wat jy ken, né? Dan gaan jy daar op die netwerk.
Morning, Auntie. Ik heb dat zijn tegen. Ik heb zijn tegen voor.
Morning, everybody. Mic testing, please. Can anyone respond?
We can hear you, Councillor Joe. Good morning.
Good morning to you too, sir. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Hi, sis, all the people of the palace.
Morning, colleagues. Morning, everyone. Morning, speaker.
Morning, all again.
Sanobri,
Morning, PD in.
Sanobri.
Ja, raadslid, môre.
Okay, dis nou weer op my telefoon. Môre, goeiemôre. Ek kry nie ingeskakel op my tablet nie. Kan iemand dan my tablet toeskakel asseblief? Hallo?
Morning, Comrade.
Volgens
Hallo?
Stefan moet raadsheer inlog op raadsheer se tablet.
Ek log in op my tablet, né? Hier gaan ek nou in op hier op my tablet. Ek is op Teams. Dan highlight hy 27 Mei die council meeting. Dan gaan ek in daarso. En dan gee hy vir my hierso, hy's ge-accept. En see more. Dan gaan ek in by die 27th ordinary council meeting. Dan sê hy request to join, wat ek nou al 100 maal gedoen het. En dan sê hy view request. Nou sit ek daar so. Ja, waar hoor jy my daar? Nou gee hy datums hierso, die executive MyCo, die mayoral planning en so aan, maar die council meeting is hier nie. So ek weet nie of ek iets verkeerd doen of wat nie. Hallo?
Raadsheer IT gaan raadsheer nou bel.
Steffi, as hulle my bel, dan bel hulle my op my phone, dan kan niemand, okay, laat hulle maar bel, dankie, alright.
Councillors, everybody, good morning. Sorry that I was late. I was just on the line with another councillor. My apologies for that. I wish to welcome one and all of you to the 27th of May ordinary council meeting. It's a big day. It's also the day of the budget being submitted. And I wish to welcome in particular the Executive Mayor, Alderman Leon van Wyk, and the Honourable Deputy Executive Mayor, Councillor Clark, the Chief Whip, Councillor Barnard, Alderman Williams, Alderman Petrus, Alderman van der Hoeven, Alderman Kritzinger, Alderman De Jezi, and Alderman Giereke, opposition leaders and fellow councillors, the Acting Municipal Manager, Dr. Gratz, directors and acting directors and senior members, managers, and staff members. And I've noted that we also have present 2 members of the audit committee and also members from the press. Again, a warm welcome to all of you. I'm going to ask Director Stephen van der Merwe to open this meeting with us with prayer. Mr. Erasmus.
Morning, Speaker. Morning, everyone. Can you hear me, Speaker?
I can hear you clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you in the mighty name of Jesus, and we bring you honor and glory, and we thank you for who you are. Father, I pray that you will bless this meeting, that you'll give us insight, that you'll give us wisdom, that you'll give us understanding, that you'll guide us. I pray for unity in this meeting, Almighty God. We need your help, Father, to take the right decisions for the right reasons. We have a community out there that needs us. We are in servants of you, O God, but also we are also servants of the people. Help us to serve them with distinction. I pray that you bless our councillors, our city fathers, our officials. I pray, Father, that you help us to always walk and act with integrity and to the best interest of our communities. I come now, Father, and I bind every principality, every power, every ruler of darkness, and every wickedness in high places in the mighty name of Jesus. I pray that you will help us, Father, to always ask ourselves, every day, ask ourselves this question: where will we spend eternity if our lives should end right now? Help us, Father, to live every day as if it is the last day that we have on this earth, and to always be mindful of you. Father, I pray this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, acknowledging that you are alive, Almighty God, acknowledging that you are sovereign God, that you are holy God, and acknowledging that all power belongs to you and that our lives are in your hands. Thank you, Father, in Jesus' holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Erasmus, for that. Councillors, we have, I think, conveyed our commiserations to colleagues who have moved on during the special council meeting we had earlier this month on the 11th, I think. I'm not aware of anybody else. I also wish to congratulate those who have had their birthdays since our last meeting on their birthdays. I wish them excellent health and prosperity and everything that Mr. Erasmus prayed for, the good Lord gives us. We will move on to item 2 on the agenda, which is the mayoral address. Mayor, you wish to share with us there? Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Speaker. I think, all councillors and municipal manager, I'm not going to be making a mayoral address today in view of fairly long addresses in both the IDP item and the budget item that I believe will probably would have duplicated some of the things that I would say in the mayoral address. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor, for that. We move to item 3, applications for leave of absence. Can you please indicate whether you've received any applications for leave of absence?
Morning, Speaker. Yes, I've received a leave of absence from Councillor Plata and Councillor Fortuin.
Thank you very much, So noted. We will then go through the attendance register. You know the drill. I'm not going to repeat myself. Councillor Adams.
Môre sê almal sê ek is hierso, I'm here.
Councillor Barnard.
Good morning, President Speaker.
Councillor Brown.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Buys.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Clark.
Good morning, President Speaker.
Councillor Cronje.
President Speaker.
Councillor Dikilili. Councillor Dikilili. Councillor De Tooy. Councillor De Tooy. Councillor Eso.
Good morning, Speaker.
Present.
Councillor Dikilili is present. Oh.
Thank you, Councillor Dikilili. Councillor Eso, thank you. Councillor Farrell.
Good morning, President Speaker.
Councillor Vugland. Councillor Vugland.
Good morning, President Speaker.
Councillor Fortuin.
All breaking, guys. All breaking. What's your problems?
Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry. Alderman Giereke.
Good morning, President Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman.
We
Councillor
can't
Gulti.
hear nothing, Speaker. You're breaking, please.
Councillor Gould is
Councillor
present.
Councillor Hector. Councillor Hector. Councillor Henge.
President Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ingo.
Teenwoordig, Speaker, môre.
Thank you. We go back to Councillor Fry. I see his hand is up. I presume that indicates in attendance, Councillor Fry. Thank you. Councillor Jantjies Guzman.
President Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor James. Councillor James.
Corner Speaker.
Councillor Johnson.
Good morning, President Speaker.
Councillor Kama.
Morning, everyone present.
Alderman Kritzinger.
President Speaker.
Councillor Langa. Councillor Langa.
Yes, the corner.
Thank you. Councillor Lesele.
Corner somlomo.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Councillor Law. Thank you. Councillor
Assalamu
Low.
alaikum.
Good morning, all. President Speaker.
Councillor Mbete.
Morning, Speaker, present.
Councillor Mdaka. Councillor Mdaka. Councillor Mkondu. Councillor Mkondu was with us. Councillor Mkondu. I don't see him connected at the moment. Councillor Kamazana.
Good morning, Speaker, present.
Councillor Noble.
Present, good morning,
Mr.
Speaker.
Speaker, you
Thank
heard
you.
me?
Noted. I heard you, Councillor Julia. Thank you. Councillor Nosana.
I'm present at the municipality, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor Petrus. Sorry, Alderman Petrus. Alderman Petrus. He was on, but I believe he's having connection problems there. Councillor Plata apologized. I am present. Councillor Roelfse.
Good morning, President Speaker.
Councillor Royland.
President Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Suffers.
Good morning, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Snyman. Councillor Snyman.
President Speaker, the Speaker.
Councillor Stander.
President Speaker.
Councillor Stemela.
President Speaker.
Councillor Strubel.
President Speaker.
Alderman Teyizi.
Ndikhona Speaker kwamasipala na community. Speaker ndimlona ndimufeyisi Mdaka.
Thank you, Councillor Ndaka.
Okay.
Alderman van der Hoeven.
President Speaker.
Van Niekerk.
President Speaker.
Alderman van Wyk.
President Speaker.
Councillor van Brandes.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Wessels,
Present, Speaker.
Alderman Williams, Alderman Williams.
Present, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Windwaai.
Good morning, Speaker. Present, Speaker.
Thank you. We will do the officials and then we will return to those councillors who either were disconnected or not able to respond. The Acting Municipal Manager, Dr. Gratz.
Present, Speaker.
The Director Corporate Services.
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
The Acting Director Civil Engineering Services.
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. The Director Human Settlements.
Good morning, Speaker. Charles present.
Thank you. The Director Planning and Development, Ms. Waring, your first time on this attendance list.
Thank you, Speaker. Present.
Thank you. The Director Community Services.
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
Thank you, Mr. Paulsen. Director Protection Services.
Morning, Speaker. Present.
The Acting Director Financial Services.
Morning, Speaker. Present.
And the Acting Director Electrotechnical Services.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Mr. Wilken, the Deputy Director Legal Services and Compliance.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
The Deputy Director Corporate Services, Admin.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. Welcome. The Deputy Director Internal Audit.
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
Thank you. The Manager Legal Services.
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
Good morning, Mr. Miller. The Manager IDP.
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
Thank you. The Manager Communications.
Morning, Speaker. Present.
Good morning, Ms. Edwards-Closer. The Risk Manager, that was Ms. Sagon. She is present. The Manager Executive Support Services in the Office of the MM.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you, Mr. Ploy, the Manager in the Office of the Executive Mayor.
Morning, Speaker. Present.
And then the Acting Manager IT.
Morning, Speaker. Present.
Thank you. The Manager Committee Support.
Speaker, I'm present.
Thank you. The Senior Committee Official Committee Support.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Good morning. The Senior Clerk Committees Committee Support.
Morning, Speaker. Present.
Thank you. And then the interpreter, Ms. Apollos. I did see your name on the list. Ms. Apollos. Is Ms. Apollos with us? I see her in attendance. Ms. Apollos, can you unmute? There we go. Good morning, welcome. And as I've said, we have also in our midst, we have Mr. De Swart and Mr. Lamprecht from the Audit Committee. We'll just briefly return then to the councillors. Previously, Councillor Du Toit was not present. I believe he is present now. Councillor Du Toit. Okay, we'll get back to that. Councillor Hector, has Councillor Hector joined us? Thank you, Councillor Hector. And then Councillor Mkondu, has he probably rejoined us? I don't see him on the list. We'll keep that. And Alderman Alderman Petrus. Has Alderman Petrus been able to rejoin us? I see there are a couple of hands up.
Speaker.
Alderman, thank you for that, Alderman Petrus. You can, yeah, thank you for lowering your hand. Councillor Fry, I have marked you present. You can lower your hand if you don't mind.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good morning, Speaker.
Good morning, Councillor Fry. I see that Alderman Gierke's hand is up. Alderman Gierke.
Speaker, thank you. If you're done with this presentation list, would you give me a chance to speak to you with regard to connection and also the minutes on the speakers list, please? Thank you.
Thank you. So I see that Councillor De Tooy is in the meeting, but I do not. Well, I'm not sure that he can hear us. As far as attendance, for attendance purposes, we must just get confirmation from Councillor De Tooy and Councillor Mkondo. That is done. We will, before we move on to item 4 on the agenda, Alderman Gierke.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I've been calling up and down this morning with regard to connecting on my tablet again. I'm running in and out the municipality each month with this. Can somebody just, I'm asking you officially now, I have asked officials earlier on, it has not been done. I'm currently connected on my mobile phone. It's extremely uncomfortable. It happens every month. And I'm trying to ask somebody to call me on my tablet because I'm unable to log in on my tablet. I see the link, I go into the link, it says join the meeting, then it takes me just somewhere else. So can somebody just call me on my tablet on my .gov domain, please? That's the one thing. It's quite disturbing to struggle with this every month. The second thing, Speaker, is on the speakers list, I see here on item 14.2, 14.2, the multi-year budget, that I've only been afforded 1 minute there. I just want some clarity on this because yesterday I put on 4 minutes when I submitted the list, and this morning I've sent the chief whip a WhatsApp with regard to changes that I want to make. She confirmed the changes. So I just want to have some clarity, please, Speaker.
I can also confirm the changes, Alderman Gierke, as conveyed to the chief whip, and it will be handled as such. As far as your first request is concerned, I can only assist in as far as requesting IT or somebody else in the meeting to call you and see if we can connect you in that manner on your tablet. I see the hands of Councillor Dikilili and the chief whip, Councillor Dikilili.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it's me. On the issue of these councillors that you said you see them, they are on, but they don't answer you when you call their names. Can they write on the chat box that they are present so that we all can see they are present? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joe is not with us at all. Councillor Joe Mkondo, according to the list. Councillor De Tooy, if you could just add in the chat box that you are present. I see that Alderman Kritzinger's hand is up. Alderman Kritzinger.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much, Speaker. I would just like to allude on what Alderman Gierke has said. I've also been trying since 6 o'clock this morning to get connected. I just think that the tools of trade of the councillors must really be seriously looked at. We cannot carry on like this. It's frustrating, and I had to restart my laptop for a few times. I eventually got in, but it cannot carry on like this. I'm sorry. We've got a serious oversight role to play, and we've got work to do. But we cannot, as far as this tools of trade is, our equipment is hampering us. So I would really like you to take a serious look at that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Alderman. I really don't know why some of us are blessed and some of us are less blessed as far as this is concerned. I know it's a matter that IT is constantly looking at and addressing, and I don't know whether it has something to do with location. I'm not going to express myself on that. We take note of all your observations. I have noticed that there are microphones on. Can you please switch them off? I've noticed that the Chief Whip has placed something in the chat box. She said here, I have tried to phone Alderman Giereke, shows he is logged in. Chief Whip, I think that probably shows that he's logged in on his cell phone. I don't know whether that is it again. Let me rather not venture there. Councillors, I know and appreciate your frustrations. Please bear with us, and let's hope that this will turn out, as far as connectivity is concerned, to the best for everybody present. Councillor Lof.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to tell you that most of us who are far from the municipality, we can log in and use our facility. We are using our personal facilities, our own Wi-Fi's at home. That is why we can actually access, but we cannot access on that dongle and Vodacom that you have given us. I've said on several meetings that the IT need to reconsider to change the network, because we will experience connectivity problems all the time. You have to go and reinvestigate a network system that will be able to rotate in all areas. I said it again. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you for your contribution. It's so noted. We move to item 4 on the agenda, official notices. I'm not aware of any official notices. Councillor Alof, can you please lower your hand? We move to item 5 on the agenda, which is disclosure of interest by councillors, item 5 of the Code of Conduct for councillors, and disclosure of benefits by municipal staff, item 5 of the Code of Conduct for municipal staff members. I have not received any disclosures of interest by either councillors and or staff members. We move to item 5, list of deferred items. There are none to the best of my knowledge. Sorry, that was item 6, my apologies, item 6. Item 7, minutes of the previous meetings. Item 7.1, minutes of an ordinary e-council meeting held on the 22nd of April 2021. Proposer there.
Barnard proposes.
And seconded by
Wessels.
Thank you, Councillors Wessels and Barnard. We move to item 8, minutes of the executive mayor in committee meetings. 8.1, minutes of the mayor in committee meeting held on the 13th of May 2021. 8.1.1, minutes of the credit control steering committee meeting. The first to speak there is Councillor Cronje. Councillor Cronje, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, this item is all about the credit control steering committee meeting and the monthly write-offs. The recommendation is on page 39 and page 40. I so propose the recommendation for the total write-off of 1.36568.59. I so propose.
Thank you, Councillor. Next to speak on this item is Alderman van der Woofen. You have 3 minutes, Alderman van der Woofen.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I first, before I start, just request that 2 minutes move to the finance committee, to the budget, and then I will take just 1 minute. Can I get approval for that?
Councillor Alderman, you know, this is not what should be done. I mean, you know what needs to be done as far as this is concerned. If I allow it for one person, I have to allow it for other persons. And I'm sure you have had ample time to do it before the meeting. So I'm going to stick to the allocation of 3 minutes in this case. Please proceed. Thank you.
Speaker, before I start, I've only seen this allocation now, and that's why I do it. And if you don't want to allow me, Speaker, then it just shows how arrogant you are. Speaker, I see
Thanks
the purpose
for the
of this.
Alderman.
Speaker, I'm listening, Speaker.
You may proceed. Thank you.
I think it's a fair request, but if you deny it for me, Speaker, then deny it. I hope the audit committee listen to what is happening here, because they is supposed to make sure that things are free and fair. Speaker, I see that the purpose of this report is to furnish the Finance Committee with the minutes of the Credit Control Steering Committee in order to gain approval for the write-off of irrecoverable debts. Surely, Speaker, this is not the Finance Committee, unless I am mistaken. Then, Speaker, regarding this item, how is it possible to lose more than 1 million rand in water leakages in 1 month? And this is not the first time, Speaker, and not the second, and not even the third, Speaker. It is basically every month that is the situation. What is the reaction time? And I want an answer on that when leakages are reported. And Speaker, I can just tell you that I am aware of leakages that continues for ages at end before it is addressed. I am awaiting an answer.
MM, can I please convey that to you?
Speaker, I'm
Officials
going to
concerned
ask,
to you.
yes, I'm going to ask Mr. Libbe if he can please answer that.
Mr. Libbe, if you please.
Speaker, can I please have that question again, please?
Alderman van der Hoeven, can you please repeat your question?
Speaker, my question is, how is it possible to lose 1 million rand of water leakages in 1 month, continuously, basically every month? And what is the reaction time when leakages are reported? Because in some cases, it takes days, and in some cases, even ages.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, we have a team, not the ideal, but we have a team of people whom we send out to attend to these water leakages. There is currently a huge backlog which we are attending to. And unfortunately, the backlog is compounded by the fact that daily we have new entries registered in terms of these leakages. And the problem is further compounded by the aged infrastructure, because when we attend to these leakages, even when we go out to a particular problem, we have to go out and attend to these matters once again, because that same problem then reoccurs at a different point where the leakage then pops up. Some of these ones are major works where we have to do excavations and so on, and it does take time to attend to those problems. The intention is to have our service standard in terms of reacting within 48 hours to a water leakage. We are working on that. We are not yet there, Speaker, but we are attending to that and moving towards attending within 40 hours to each and every complaint. It's an age-old response, Speaker, and I don't want to use this as an excuse, but the staff and the manpower we have currently is not adequate to attend to these leakages. We have the list that we receive from finance, the 100 top users, where we prioritized those instances and attended to those because of the high amounts that were recorded there. Some of these are age-old ones that we had to deal with since we started, Speaker. And moving between the current or the new registrations on the list, as well as the old outstanding ones, does take time, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Libbe. Alderman van der Hoeven.
Speaker, I won't waste your time. I think it has been exposed.
Thank you, Alderman van der Hoeven. Next to speak on this item is I see, Good doesn't want to speak on this item. They wish to speak on the next item. Therefore, the last speaker on this item is Councillor Ingo. You have 1 minute, Councillor Ingo.
Dankie Speaker, ek sekondeer die voorstel van Councillor Cronje.
Thank you, Councillor Ingo. And the next item is item 8.1.2, acquisition of portions of urban 2462 and 2466 George that is required to widen Market Street in order to improve the GIPTN road network. First to speak there is Councillor Stander. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Stander.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning. Speaker, this item is for Council to consider the acquisition of portion of 2466 and portion of 2462 George, which is required in order to widen a section of Market Street to improve the GIPTN road network. The contents of this item, which relates to the evaluation and processes which need to be followed, is clearly set out in the recommendation of today's agenda on pages 44 and 45. I proceed to read the recommendation for Council. Point A of the recommendation, that it be decided that the portion of 2466 George and the portion of 2462 is required for the minimum level of basic municipal services delivery in terms of section 42 of the Municipal Finance Act. B, that the acquisition of the portion of 2466 George, 113 square meters in extent, and the portion of 2462 George, 48 square meters in extent for the amount of 1,500 Rand per square meter, that included and determined by the municipal valuer, be approved in order to allow for the upgrading of the GIPTN road network. C, that the owner of the above mentioned portions be allowed to, the opportunity to provide feedback in writing within 21 days after notification of this resolution that they are in favor of the transaction. That if the owner does not accept the municipality's offer for the purchase of the land, the subject portion of the land be expropriated and the municipal manager be authorized to take all necessary administrative steps in this regard. E, that a land surveyor be appointed to do a boundary adjustment in terms of section 24 of the land use planning bylaw, if that the municipality be responsible for all the cost for the acquisition and for the portion of 2466 George and all other matters incidental thereto. G, that the Directorate Civil Engineering make provision on the budget for the acquisition of the portion of 2466 George and the portion of 2462. I hereby propose the recommendation as set out on pages 44 and 45 of the agenda. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stander. I see that Councillor Mkondu's hand is up. Councillor Mkondu, you have rejoined us.
Yes, Speaker, I've just rejoined you. The last I knew, I haven't even registered my name in, and I haven't been part of this meeting at all. Can you then therefore take me back to where the meeting has started? Because, you know, it's not my problem. Problem lies with your system.
Thank you, Councillor Mkondu. We are...
Please bring me back to where from the registration so that you can be on part together in this meeting. Otherwise, I'm leaving the meeting. What's the use?
Councillor Mkondu, thank you. You will be marked present. We know that you were in the meeting at the beginning. We are now at agenda point. There was no mayoral address. The mayor explained that he will address various issues in his presentation or introduction or tabling of the budget and the IDP. And we are now at item 8.1.2, having completed item 8.1.1. And we have just, when you joined us, Councillor Stander was just concluding the opening remarks as the first speaker on item 8.1.2. The next speaker on this item is Councillor Nosana. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Nosana.
Thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, we see your recommendation on the page 44 and 45, but we have questions. Firstly, we would like to know where this street is situated, because I believe if this street is in the same place that I think it is, then there's work that is going on there and already. So if that is the case, then it means that as usual here, we are used as a rubber stamp. We are used as a rubber stamp. And the other thing, Speaker, on page 45, recommendation number D, can I be clarified on the recommendation that says that if the owner does not accept the municipality's offer for the purchase of the land, the subject portions of land be expropriated and the municipal manager be authorized to take all necessary administrative steps in that regard. So, Speaker, can someone just clarify me on the fact that is there any work that is going on that street, and clarify me on the D of the recommendation? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nosana. MM, through you to Mr. Erasmus, I presume. Mr. Erasmus.
So, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, you would recall that we received 30 million rand from national government because of the performance, the good performance of the GIPTN team. And yes, the funding, the work has started. We're going to do work with that money because it's quite important for phase 4 that we want to roll out. Most of the phases, maybe I must just say this, most of the routes will run through Market Street, but it will be predominantly used by phase 4A, which is Tembeletu, phase 4B, as well as phase 3, which is Packlesdorp. So it's quite an important piece of road infrastructure, and the design has started, and we will see how far we get. And National knows that in all probability we will have to roll over some funding and complete the work in the next financial year. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I hear Mr. Erasmus is confirming that the work is going on there. So what is the item doing here before us if the work has already started? Secondly, Speaker, well, Mr. Erasmus, I think he didn't drink his coffee this morning because he's saying that Market Street will be dominantly used by Tembeletu. Maybe he wanted to say Nelson Mandela Boulevard, not Market Street. So can I be clarified on why is the item here if the work has already started?
Mr. Erasmus.
Speaker, the design work is commencing. So there's, as we all know, before you can, and civil engineering can explain this, before you do what we call the upgrading of the pavement, before you put the road down, that road must be designed. There's professionals, a team that must come in and start the planning of that particular road before it can commence, and it also costs money. So for all practical purposes, and this is what I'm saying, is that the planning phase has commenced. The team is busy with the design. I'm not sure how far they are, but all I know is that we are going to incur expenditure in this financial year, but the bulk of it will happen in the new financial year after we have rolled over that funding. And Speaker, yeah, I had some coffee this morning on a lighter note. Phase 4A, it's critical that that road be ready because the route will go through there and it will serve phase 4A. It will definitely serve 4B as well as 3, and most of the other routes. I just singled out the predominant routes that needs this road to be upgraded as soon as possible. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Erasmus. I see that Ms. Power's hand is up. Ms. Power?
Thank you, Speaker. Just in respect of the process, the construction of the road continues regardless of whether we are successful in obtaining this piece of land. These portions in the vicinity of about 150 square meters that we, or 160 square meters plus, that we require, it's on private property. So the construction is not proceeding on this property particularly. This is to obtain a mandate to engage with the property owner about the acquisition of that, of a portion of the private property, to integrate that into the work that is ongoing. So just to respond to the point, it's not a matter of rubber stamping. We cannot engage on private property without an agreement with the owner. That we're seeking a mandate from council to start with engagement with the owner in order to integrate this portion into that. Then just on recommendation D, if we've obtained the valuation and we'll be negotiating the price with the owner, and if that is not successful, then we will need to follow a process of expropriation.
Thank you for that clarity, Ms. Power. Can we move on?
Speaker, before you move on, please. Mr. Erasmus is saying they are busy designing the road. That those people are busy excavating there. They are not designing the road. We might look like we don't know anything that happens on those things, but no, but we are a little bit clued out on that issue. So the only reason Ms. Powers is saying, the only reason why this item is here is because we must approve that they must negotiate with the owner of the yard that they must use, not because the work must commence. If there was no negotiations that were going to take place, then this item was not going to be here. The work was going to go on without the approval of the council. That's what they are saying. So we are rubber stamping. We must not just sugarcoat this thing. We are rubber stamping as usual. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rosana. Next to speak on this
And
item
it's
is
not supposed to support this
you have
thing
1
of
minute.
yours.
Councillor Kama, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. As for the EFF, we are not against any developments in George and surrounding towns. As we do note recommendation A, B, C, and E. After reading comments from the Director of Development and Planning, it became clear that as a municipality, we can expropriate that portion of land that is used for the parking without compensation. Our question to Civil Engineering Service, we need to know what is this amount of 241.5 is for. And we will support recommendation F and G only if that amount is for development, not for the purchase of land. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kama. Can can that question be responded to, please?
Mr. Daniels, would you like to come in here regarding that portion of land?
Yeah, ma'am, the portion of land, and I don't know if I understand Mr. Mkondo correctly. It's to look, we currently have some bus shelters there, so the intention of the portion of land is also to provide more space for the passengers on the site. I don't know if I understand the councillor correctly, but that is why we actually need a portion of land.
I think if I may speak on well, I shouldn't speak on his behalf, but my understanding was he mentioned an amount of 240,000 rands. If that, Councillor Kama, can you please reconfirm or just confirm what your question was for Mr. Daniels to respond to? Thank you.
Yes, our question was for that. What is that 241 rand for? What is it for? Is it for the development, or is it for the purchase of that portion of a parking area?
Mr. Daniels?
Sorry, Speaker. I think no, that the money, I mean, that is for the property to when it's expropriated, or you need to buy it from the private developer, from the private owner. Or Delia, maybe Delia can just answer this particular one.
Ms. Power? Thank you, Mr. Daniels.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, the value, so we had to do evaluation of to determine the value of the portion that we require. It is a business property, although there are not any structures on the portions we acquire, we need to acquire specifically, but it is a developed property. At the moment, the owner is using it partially for parking purposes. But if you look on the diagram, it's I think it's as little as something like 2 meters or 2.5 meter indent that we need to make just to enhance that bit of the sidewalk for the public realm. I'm not sure where the councillor noted that expropriation can be done without any compensation. What we did say is that the bylaw does make provision for the municipality to launch an application on its own initiative. Hence, the application can be done at no cost to the landowner. That does mean that some of the measures in which we can accommodate the property owner in the negotiation process is looking at reduction of their parking ratios, and any other application that is incurred as a result of the expropriation, like a subdivision and consolidation, can be launched by the municipality on our initiative without any cost to the owner. But it does not imply that we will be expropriating the land free of charge. But the expropriation will only come into play if the owner demands a price higher than that what it's been valued for. That's why we did the valuation, so that it's a reasonable market-related price at which we acquire the property. I hope that clarifies.
Thank you, Ms. Power. Councillor Kama, does that answer your question?
Yes, Speaker, it does answer my question, but we won't support a recommendation F and G if ever that amount is to purchase that land to the owner.
Thank you, Councillor Kama. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Hector. Councillor Hector, you have 1 minute.
Môre Speaker. Ja, ek is heeltemal verward met hierdie misleidende antwoorde. Ek wil graag net weet die gedeelte van die grond wat munisipaliteit nou wil aankoop. As daar 'n eiendom, ek wil soek net duidelikheid daar, is daar eiendom op die grond? Kan enige een my antwoord, Speaker?
Ms. Power, can you? Thank you, Mr. Councillor Hector. I'm asking Ms. Power or Mr. Erasmus or Mr. Daniels, please address this question from or by Councillor Hector. Thank you.
Speaker, I will respond. I just want to make sure that I understand the question correctly. The councillor is asking if there's property on the property. Does it refer to structures or development?
I believe so, Councillor Hector.
Die gedeelte wat die munisipaliteit nou wil aankoop. Ek wil weet op daardie gedeelte, daardie vierkante meters wat hulle wil aankoop, of daar enige eiendomstrukture op is in terme van geboue of wat ook al. Geboue spesifiek.
Ms. Power.
Thank you, Speaker. No, there's no structures on the building, on the property itself, on this portion itself. It's used for parking purposes at the moment. So it's part of the business premises, but it is utilized for parking. The valuer did distinguish between undeveloped property and a property with improvements, but because the parking and the layout of the property as a whole is regarded as part of the property with improvements, the valuation, the market-related valuation is based on the value of an improved property. It's not a vacant, undeveloped site. There's no structures apart from a boundary wall on the portion that we wish to acquire at this stage.
Thank you, Ms. Power. Councillor Hector.
Net 'n opvolgvraag, is die bedrag R1,500 per vierkante meter?
Ms. Power.
That's correct. It's on page 42. There's a breakdown, A and B, which shows a market-related value for vacant land and a market-related valuation for improved properties. So this property, as I mentioned, being regarded as an improved property, it's 1,500 square meters per 1,500 rands per square meter. And that includes VAT.
Thank you, Ms. Power. Councillor Stander, your hand is up.
Speaker, ek is nog nie klaar nie. Speaker, my laaste vraag is...
Councillor Hector. Councillor Hector, please allow me to be in charge of this meeting. Thank you. Councillor Stander, your hand is up.
Ek wil net my collega net help. Ek bedoel, dit is waardevolle grond wat ons by die eienaar wegneem en 1,500 vierkante meter grond, dit is soos by 240,000 rand uitkom. Is heel
Speaker, can the officials answer us, please, not councillors? Thank you.
Well, why not? Why not? I'm the portfolio councillor there, I may speak.
Order.
Not an official.
Order. Order. Councillor Jantjies Gershman, I'm not going to be told what to do, please. Thank you. Councillor Stander, please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. That is market-related value. Normally, even in a higher residential areas already selling at a market value of 1,000 rand a square meter.
You're not an official standard. Official.
Speaker,
you're a councillor.
I'm the portfolio councillor.
You're a portfolio councillor. It's not your right to explain to councillors.
Julia. Councillor Stander,
Speaker, I raised my case. But please, I think these people's time are over. And I've asked you to give us the Ingo opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor Hector, let's proceed.
Speaker, ja, dis 'n skreeuende skande. 'n Maand gelede het julle prime grond goedgekeur vir Randall College, munisipale grond vir R57 'n vierkante meter. Hier kom julle en julle wil aan 'n wit man R1,500 belastingbetaler se geld betaal vir 'n stuk grond, vir vierkante meter. Dit is 'n skreeuende skande van die vermorsing van belastingbetalers geld. Waar kan julle die prys toelaat dat pryse so massief geïnfleet word? Wat is Kingswood? Is prime grond wat vir R57 verkoop was vir
Point of order, Speaker.
Councillor Hector, your minute is up. Councillor Viljoen, Councillor Barnard.
Point of order there, Speaker. I take exception to the fact that the councillor is taking, making use of the word laat 'n wit man verryk word, and we must take note that the findings in this recommendation are made by our officials who are expertise and who know exactly what they're doing and are basing the facts on research, not just on emotion. Thank you, Speaker. I ask that he withdraw the statement made that we are trying to enrich a white person. Thank you.
Councillor Hector, will you withdraw?
Speaker, sy moet eers vir my antwoord, behoort die grond aan 'n wit, bruin of swart man?
Order. Thank you, Councillor Hector. I see that Councillor Dikilili's hand is up.
Yes, Speaker. I just want to warn you, Speaker, not to allow people to just defend and just rubbish what is being said by other councillors. Councillor Viljoen Barnard has got nothing to say about that. There was no point of order there, Speaker. That man is white and he is being enriched anyway.
Out of order. Councillors, I think we're on the second item as far as the speakers list is concerned for today. I will not allow any further interruptions. I want that to be absolutely clear. Last to speak on this item is Alderman Petrus. Alderman Petrus, you have 1 minute.
Okay, Speaker. Ek sekondeer Raadse se voorstel.
Thank you, Alderman Petrus. We move to item 9 on the agenda. Resolutions or decisions taken by the executive mayor under delegated authority. I'm not aware of any. We move to item 10 on the agenda, motions or proposals deferred from previous meetings. I'm not aware of any. We move to item 11, motions, 11.1, new motions, 11.1.1, a motion received from Alderman Giereke for submission to the ordinary council meeting scheduled for 27 May 2021 regarding the use of vacant land or open spaces in previous disadvantaged communities for the use of small business or community markets. Councillors, the motions will be dealt with, or this motion will be dealt with at the end of this meeting. And then 11.2, a motions of exigency. I'm not aware of any.
Mr. Speaker.
I see this. Councillor Alderman Giereke.
Let me just ask you, you're only making the ruling now that the motion will be shifted to the end of the meeting. What informs your decision? Because in terms of the rules and also the speakers list that has been drawn up, this item is scheduled to serve now as we speak. What influences your decision, please? It's important for the public to know because they are listening. The interested and affected parties are tuned into this process.
This will remain in the interest of the public, whether it serves now or whether it serves later, Alderman. I wish to, for the proceedings, sake of the proceedings of this meeting, I'm moving it to that point.
So
and,
it's one in the same, whether it serves now, whether it serves at the end. Why don't you allow it now?
I want to proceed, as I said, with the meeting. We have a budget and a lot of other important items to.
Speaker, my hand is up, please acknowledge.
No, I'm not. Please do not put words in my mouth, Alderman. I will. That is my ruling, and you know that we have been doing this for quite a while now. That motions are moved to the end of the meeting. So I wish to proceed, please. Thank you. I see there's a hand up, Councillor Diki-Lily.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the item is on the agenda. It's not a motion of exigency. It's item 11 in the agenda. Why do you move it? Because really, this thing that you are doing now is unbecoming. You are busy with your own thing. It's very unbecoming. The item must serve because it's in the agenda. It's not a motion of exigency. What are you running from? And land is important. As you're saying that you are going to be dealing with important things. Land is important. Especially to us. Land is important, especially in our people. This thing deals with land. Why do you push it to the back? No, man, Speaker, man. Get off that horse. Get off that horse.
Thank you. I note your concerns and your observations, Councillor Jantjies Guzman. I see that Councillor Hector's hand is up. Councillor Hector.
Speaker, ek stel voor wat ons streng by die agenda hou, soos wat hy aan ons voorgelees en wat ons nie dat dit nie nodig is om hierdie item. Ek weet nie of jy nou wag dat ons eers uitgesit moet word nie. Dan kom ons nie by die item uit nie. So wat ons maar streng by die agenda hou. Dankie.
Thank you, Councillor Hector. Alderman Giereke.
Mr. Speaker, certainly you are the boss of this meeting. You are welcome to make your rulings. But certainly your rulings must be consulted with us as councillors through the structures, and in this case, the whip structure. Now, the whip structure has not been informed about you shifting this item. This item is scheduled to serve now. It is unfair. It's really unfair of you. It's not the first time you're doing this to me, particularly to me, when I bring items in terms of public interest, that you just shifted single-handedly. It is unfair, Mr. Speaker.
I note your concerns, Alderman Giereke. We move on to item 12 on the agenda, matters at the discretion of the Speaker. At this stage, there are none. Item 13, urgent matters by the Municipal Manager. Are there any urgent matters that you wish to share with us?
Speaker, no, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to item 14. Item 14 on the agenda, yes. Reports to Council. Councillors, before I do that, I just wish to inform you that Councillor Mkondu has requested to be excused from the meeting. He's no longer with us, in the meeting at least. We move to item 14.1, the tabling of the final reviewed 2021-2022 Integrated Development Plan, or the IDP then. Meyer, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, Deputy Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, aldermen, councillors, acting municipal manager, directors, officials, members of the public, representatives of the media. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This report, as referred to by the Speaker, is there to request Council to approve the review of the 2017-2022 George Integrated Development Plan, the IDP, and to adopt this reviewed IDP for 21-22. In compliance with above, George Municipality has embarked on a review to further develop its IDP and budget for the 21-22 financial year in accordance with the requirements set out in the Local Government Municipal Systems Act of 2000, the Local Government Municipal Planning and Performance Management Regulations of 2001, and the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act of 2003. Annual revisions allow the municipality to expand upon or refine plans and strategies to include additional issues and to ensure that these plans and strategies inform institutional and financial planning. The review and amendment of the IDP ensures that it remains relevant to the critical challenges facing the municipality. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and restrictions on gatherings, the IDP process provided an opportunity through various media platforms for communities to receive and to comment on the draft IDP. Consultation, therefore, on this IDP happened via e-public participation during the month of April. The process plan of Council stipulates feedback may be given through established ward committees and advertised notices, and was done accordingly. It should be noted that the draft IDP was also sent to the Provincial Department of Local Government as is required by legislation, who in turn provided an assessment report on the draft IDP. There were no substantial matters raised. There was a suggestion that the vision and mission be exchanged and that the measures to address any non-performance be included. These have been included in the document now tabled before Council. As a result of the opportunity for comments on the IDP and budget, the responses received from the community were presented and discussed with the Budget Steering Committee in preparation for the tabling of the final IDP and the budget, and any matters pertaining to the IDP have been addressed accordingly. The strategic thrust of George Municipality is a city for a sustainable future, featuring the 5 main strategic goals, namely to develop and grow George, a safe, clean and green, affordable quality service, participative partnerships, and good governance and human capital. In terms of the annual review of the IDP, our George Municipality's 2017 to 2022 IDP, and with all the subsequent reviews, will continue to be the guiding development framework, and the information contained in this document will therefore not be discarded. The annual review of the IDP document continues to be more strategic by being focused on implementation. This means focusing on achieving targets, adjusting resources for delivery, recommitting municipal resources to annual deliverables, and monitoring the key deliverables. I would like to thank the Directorate Planning and Development and all the key role players within that directorate for putting this IDP together. And as we know that they are short-staffed, this has made their task even more difficult. My colleagues will also elaborate on IDP in greater depth. However, it is worthwhile commenting on certain aspects in relation to our strategic goals. These relate to initiatives that will provide our communities and with certain opportunities, and also improve the quality of life. First of all, in promotion of economic opportunities within the local economy. Informal trading. Provision has been made on the 2021-22 operational and capital budget for the Planning and Development Directorate to progress the following: erection of trade stands for informal traders in Pacaltsdorp and Toosdranton. Secondly, new informal trade containers in the George CBD. And thirdly, in collaboration with the Directorate Human Settlements, a strategy for development and release of vacant business and industrial property in Thembalethu is being developed. This includes exploration of various funding solutions to support the installation of the infrastructure required to equip the properties. Then turning to street traders. Currently, there are 82 stalls in the respective allocated areas of George, of which 80 do not have a valid permit, and there is currently no strategic plan in this regard. The following will then be implemented within the next 12 to 18 months. Unused trade shelters are being reallocated to other localities where footfall is more conducive to viable trade. Potential sites in Pacaltsdorp that align with the Go George bus routes and transfer sites have already been investigated, and in a collaborative effort with other directorates, this relocation will commence within the current financial year, with prospects of expanding the identified site should that budget allow. Should budget allow. The existing database is being updated, and underutilized stands in the CBD will be reallocated to open opportunities for new traders to enter the marketplace. We should emphasize that development and growth of our local economy is of critical importance, not only for the jobs that they create, but also ultimately to grow the revenue of this municipality. It is only with a sound economic base that we can provide the infrastructure so necessary to attract investment to ensure economic sustainability that in turn drives financial sustainability. In the near future, we look forward to the commencement of the Mediclinic project and the allied supporting infrastructure, which is a project of 1.8 billion rand that will provide over 1,000 jobs during the construction phase, probably over the next 3 years. We are also aware that Lancewood, from an industrial point of view, has recently undertaken a 140 million rand expansion. So these are examples of what is taking place on the development front at present. Then the Village Ridge FLISP housing project has also broken ground as their 180-odd housing project then commences. We're also aware that a significant insurer based in George is busy with a large acquisition that over time will increase its footprint in George. There are also prospects of other businesses wishing to establish themselves here. If I then turn to Neighbourhood Development Programme, in this regard, proposals are being prepared towards engagement with National Treasury to secure funding under the Neighbourhood Development Partnership Programme grant towards the upgrade, regeneration and restoration of inequalities within disadvantaged areas. This includes opportunities for trade and employment within the immediate neighbourhoods. Secondly, this program will render funding solutions to equip existing business and industrial sites in Thembalethu and Pacaltsdorp with facilities for traders and small industries and improve access to opportunities. Limited funds are at present available on the capital and operational budgets for the 21-22 financial year, which mostly makes provision for the planning and construction of new informal trading stands in the Greater George area. Other sources of funding must be investigated, which includes potential state-funded and private sector grant initiatives, as well as from the SOA. Electrification of informal settlements. Approximately 6,000 informal houses require electrification, of which approximately 4,000 have illegal electrical connections. Then, if we look at the cost of the illegal connections to the municipality, Approximately 2.8 million rand loss of revenue has taken place as a result of those connections, plus 1.2 million rand for the removal of such illegal connections and repairs to take place. So that's approximately 4 million rand that we are losing per annum as a result of what is taking place. And mostly we have vandalism or damage as a result of residents wanting to obtain access to substations and kiosks to reset circuit breakers that trip when there are faults or overload caused by illegal connections. The INEP grant is simply not sufficient for electrification of formal houses. The municipality doesn't have the approximate 100 million it will cost to electrify all informal structures. The municipality is currently in the process to compile a request for proposals to establish whether a private utility could provide a PV, photovoltaic installation at each house. So this type of project that is being examined at present could well be of enormous benefit and to our communities who presently do struggle without electricity or making use of these illegal connections. Land invasion. Land invasions continue to be a cost to the municipality, frustration to existing communities, and an indication of the desperation of individuals. Land invasions are regularly discussed across the province, and this occurrence is being noted here as it will require our attention in the future. 854 incomplete structures were demolished and 1,377 were prevented from being built between January and April this year. So that is just in these last 5 months. With the start of COVID last year, there's been a definite increase in land invasions. Illegal occupants of land deny beneficiaries of housing projects housing opportunities as they occupy land earmarked for housing projects. It has cost the municipality a considerable amount of money to prevent the land being occupied. If I then turn to service delivery, early in 2021, a service delivery monitoring committee was established by the acting MM to monitor and seek solutions for the faults and service delivery complaints that were being reported. The collaborator system has been introduced to log such complaints. It has now become standard practice that the George Municipal app is a device that can be used on the phones, on cell phones, to ensure that complaints are then dealt with speedily. Progress is certainly being made to improve the standard and response to service delivery and the resolution to queries as illustrated by the following statistics. As at the 12th of February this year, there were almost 2,900 outstanding service delivery complaints on the collaborator system. 3 months later, as at the 20th of May, this number is reduced to about 680 complaints. In the week from 12 May to 19 May, a total of 1,418 service requests were logged and 1,152 were resolved, with 266 still outstanding. So over that 7-day period, we can see that the vast, over 80% of those service requests have already been dealt with, leaving only, in effect, the last day's worth of requests. This committee meets every Friday, and we believe that we are making a difference here already in attending to complaints, and the improvements are very definitely underway, but there's still a fair amount of work to go. In the recommendation that is before you, we will then take note of the written comments that we received from the provincial government, provincial department of local government, and of the written comments that have been received from the public during the public participation process. And then we will then move to adopt the 21-22 reviewed integrated development plan and forward that documentation to the relevant national and provincial authorities as per legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. The first to speak on this document, the reviewed IDP, is Councillor Wessels. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Wessels.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the Mayor for the thorough tabling of the IDP. As mentioned, the George Municipality's 2017 to 2022 IDP will continue to be the guiding development framework, and the information contained in this document will not be discarded. I would like to emphasize the 5 main strategic goals, and would like to extract certain examples of that from the document. The 5 strategic goals is develop and grow George, create a safe, clean and green city, affordable quality services, participative partnerships and good governance, and human capital. To develop and grow George through economic development and speeding up the economy, through growth and transform the economy. I would like to take you to page 16, where 68, where it can be seen that it remains a priority for this municipality to get people to their jobs through roads rehabilitation. It can be found that Courtney Street, Caledon Street, Mission Street, Park Street, Mall Street, Triumph Street, Merriman Street, Wellington Street, Tabata Street, all of these constructions were completed, and Tabata Street will be completed in July 2022. Creating a safe, clean and green city, I would like you to take to page 47, where it can be seen that drug-related offences from 2017-18 to 2019-2020 decreased dramatically, as well as residential burglaries, and the actual number of sexual offences in our area has also declined. I would like to say huge thanks to the Department of Protection Services for the great work being done there. If we go to affordable quality services, I would like you to take to the housing, specifically through COVID, where 30 water tanks was installed in the rural areas, 245 additional chemical toilets was installed, 75 additional taps have been installed, and 60 additional flush toilets has been installed within these areas. There is also a massive program to be that's currently on the way to build economical and social infrastructure through wastewater management, water, electricity, housing, and infrastructure, and effective service delivery. This will also be spoken about in the next item. Through communication and participation in participative partnership, I would like to make mention of the public participation process that happened via e-public participation and through the ward committees and social platforms of Facebook, Twitter, municipal app, local radio station and WhatsApp were used in limiting the spread of COVID. No physical meetings was held. Good governance and human capital, as mentioned by the Mayor. I think it's important to note the Service Delivery Monitoring Committee that was established, and I want to thank the administration for the outstanding services and the way that they've handled the 2,900 outstanding service complaints delivery, and it shows that we're truly making strides. The above mentioned, previous mentions, all show to the strategic thrust of George Municipality for creating a city for a sustainable future through the 5 main strategic goals. I'd like you to take to the recommendation, as on page 76, that Council take note of the written comments that was received from the Provincial Department of Local Government B, that council take note of the written comments that were received from the public during the public participation process. C, that council adopts the 21-22 reviewed integrated development plan attached as Annexure A, and D, that the 21-22 reviewed integrated development plan be forwarded to the relevant national and provincial authorities as per the relevant legislation. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wessels. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Langa. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Langa.
Thank you, Speaker. That was a very long 3 minutes, by the way. And if I may just ask, Speaker, in fact, just to comment that sounding intelligent and being intelligent are two different things, just in passing. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I hear the Mayor speaking of, the challenges that we are being faced with, George. But I hear less of what he is actually showing, the enthusiasm to really address these issues that are actually being raised, right? But I'm highly concerned, Mr. Speaker, that we are ticking boxes here to say there has been public participations. And in my view, those public participations were only for a selected few, because no extraordinary measures were put in place, just like we are living, under these difficult times, to accommodate those people who does not have access to Twitter, Facebook, and what have you. There's been many ways that have been proposed here on how to deal with public participation. So this public participation that you guys are talking about was just for ticking of boxes. But also, Mr. Speaker, I hear the Mayor is talking about, the development or business development or small business development. This is exactly what you are running away from. These small business developments are not seen; they are only being spoken about. But we don't see those in our own areas, and perhaps those plans that you have actually, put together are only for yourselves as the DA, because you are running a risk of actually having people standing far back, you moving right ahead of them because they've not been part of developing these plans. This IDP that you are talking about is an IDP that is outdated because it must have been updated by the people who actually were part of drawing it up, right? So this that we are doing now is just, to authenticate what is wrong by yourselves, because you are running away from going to people because you have failed to do what the people have said you must do. Number of occasions where people have raised some issues, you have dismally failed to address them. The question of, electricity theft or illegal connections is definitely caused by yourselves, because you have dismally failed to deliver services to those areas or come up with a plan that is concrete on how you are going to be dealing with it. So for me, Mr. Speaker, to just cry and say we are spending so much money and we are wasting so much taxpayers' money, it's actually right on your doorstep. You and your DA must take full responsibility for that. So I am saying, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the ANC, we are definitely not in support of what you guys have actually come up with now, because of precisely the reason that it was not influenced by the people as it is supposed to be. This thing that you are saying there has been, public participations is just fallacious and untrue, Mr. Speaker. So I just thought I should bring that to your attention. And also, there has been so many requests, particularly in my ward, if I can make an example, of a development of a shed where small businesses can work out of. There is piece of land, yet, Mr. Speaker, no word or no mention of that has been made by you, by your DA, or by your Mayor. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Langa, I've given you a 3.5 minute, 2 minutes, just for your notification. On that point,
how much minutes did you give to Dirk?
Councillor Langa, I've given you 1.5 minutes. Thank you. Can I just get an indication from committee services? Can I just get an indication from committee services? Are you keeping time? Because if you are not, then I must keep time as well. And I like multifunctioning. What's the word, whatever. But I'm not sure that I can do everything with all the calls and the WhatsApps and what have you that are coming through and having to listen sometimes to drivel, but nevertheless.
So Marlene is getting you busy, Speaker.
Can Can we please get an indication, are we keeping time and is the timekeeping working?
Mr. Speaker, it's Rosemary speaking.
Yes, Ms. Reddenkamp. I'm listening.
We do take time here and it's working.
But I didn't hear the bell going. If you can help me with that,
We do manage
please.
the time. We will just check that.
Thank you. If I can just hear the bell, please. Thank you very much. Next to speak on this item is Alderman Giereke. You have 1 minute, Alderman.
Bells or bell, Mr. Speaker.
Alderman Giereke.
Mr. Speaker. Yeah, thank you. I'm just laughing as I'm sitting here. This is the worst form of hypocrisy that I've seen this morning from your mayor and the collusion between you and the mayor by jumping the queue to make an announcement on these industrial sites and on small markets in our previously disadvantaged community. This is the style of the DA, to jump the queue, try to refute or negate what other opposition leaders are saying in the city. By the way, can I just ask you, the 500,000 rand that has been allocated for the last 2 years for the development of small business, what has happened to that money? Because it was on the budget, nothing has happened in the development of small business in our communities, and it is not reported upon what has happened to that money. Also, when you implement the development of these small markets in our communities, you need amendments on the bylaws. Now, there were efforts from officials to amend the bylaws in order to make provision for these small markets, and nothing has happened to that. So your announcement this morning, Mr. Mayor, is questionable because you have not taken everything into consideration. When you're jumping the motion, we exactly brought the motion so that you can account on this, so that we can take everything into consideration, so that we have answers for our communities and not only announcements. So please answer us on this. The monies that have been allocated, who did you allocate it to? Because the small business chamber of Packersdorp and elsewhere has not benefited from the monies that have been targeted or budgeted for those purposes. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. We will serve our motion and we will debate it the right way thoroughly so that our communities are informed, so that when people go to apply for these small markets, that their applications are being approved, so that the bylaws are implemented also and discussed, and so that there's no harassment in our communities. At the moment, as it stands on the announcement of the mayor. Yes. Hello.
Please, Giereke, please. You have well exceeded your time. I'm going to have to ask you to get some indication from committee services, the timekeepers, as to how they can alert us all when the time is up, because I certainly do not hear it. I don't know. In the past, we've had challenges with this, and I would like to ask that we get that. Alderman Giereke?
I'm asking you, please don't make me a troublemaker. If you call me, if you say that my time is up, then I will stop. Don't tell me, please, 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 as if I'm transgressing. Just say your time is up, then I stop. It's as easy as that. Thank you.
No. Okay.
If you could just, I see your hand is up.
Yes, Speaker, I've just spoken to Mr. Lowe and he's going to speak to committee services because we are also not hearing the alarm, but apparently committee services are keeping time. We're addressing that, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, we move on to the next speaker on the list, which is Councillor Hector. Councillor Hector, you have 1 minute.
Speaker, just before Mr. Hector, just before Councillor Hector, when are you going to deal with the answers on the questions, please?
Thank you, Alderman Giereke. Can we perhaps get a response to the questions by Alderman Giereke in terms of the money that was on the budget? I presume that Mr. will probably assist there, or LED, I'm not sure.
The bylaws. And the bylaws, please.
Thank you, Alderman.
Speaker, understand the question pertains to the previous 2 financial years. So I don't know, Delia, are you able to assist there with the LED expenditure?
Sorry, Speaker, it's Lauren Waring speaking.
Yes, Ms.
At
Waring,
this stage,
thank you.
thank you. At this stage, we're not able to, off the top of my head, and we would have to come back with that response.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Waring. Please make a point of informing Alderman Giereke as well as all the whips when you get that response, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next to speak on this item is Councillor Hector. You have 1 minute, Councillor Hector.
Dankie, Speaker. Speaker, die IDP wat veronderstel is om die hartklop van George se gemeenskap te wees, is 'n 2 bladsye dokument wat niks zeggend is. Ons sit met items wat deel met die verkoosting van die belastingbetalers se geld, waar direkteure golden handshake betaal word nadat daar alreeds honderde duisende bestee is op hulle ondersoeke en regskostes. En steeds gaan nog en steeds ander geld om hierdie poste te vul. Hierdie items bestaan soms uit meer as 100 bladsye. Soos ek sê, hier sit ons met 'n IDP item met 2 bladsye. Die IDP was nie met die gemeenskap bespreek nie en na vele versoeke van myself as raadslid om ten minste met die gemeenskap te vergader, nadat die president van die land aangekondig het dat daar vergaderings kan gehou word met plus minus 250 mense in 'n saal, is dit blaatant geweier. My eie vraag aan die administrasie is tot op hede nog nie beantwoord nie. Speaker, yes.
Councillor Hector, your time is up.
So jy gaan nie nou vir my ekstra tyd gee nie, Speaker.
I have already given you half a minute extra, Councillor Hector.
Speaker, ek het op tyd gehou hierso. Ek het ook tyd die. Miskien dat die recording van my nou speel en dan kan ons dit kyk hoe lank ek gepraat het.
Councillor Hector, we are, we really 15 seconds later. I heard the bell and I wish to keep to the bell. Thank you, Councillor Hector. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Suffers. You have 1 minute.
Speaker,
I can't.
Speaker, can you me hear?
I can hear you. Please proceed.
I'm saying I'm not going to use the whole 1 minute. I'm just saying that what my previous colleagues have spoken, that we actually spend every cent, and therefore it doesn't give me any reason to say I second the proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Suffers. We move to item 14.2, tabling of the multi-year budget for 2021-2022 to 2023-2024. Meyer, over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, good morning, Speaker, Deputy Mayor, Chief Whip, members of the Mayoral Committee, Aldermen, Councillors, Acting Municipal Manager, Acting CFO, Directors, officials, members of the public and representatives of the media. Today we will consider and approve the capital and operating budget for the medium-term revenue expenditure framework period, the MTREF, for 2021 to 23-24 in terms of Section 24 of the Municipal Finance Management Act. The preparation of the operating and capital budget for the 21-22 financial year has involved months of planning and revision that already commenced in October 2020. This year's budget, stretching into this MTREF period up to 23-24, has been extremely complex, based on all sorts of considerations that I'm going to outline. At the beginning of 2020, it was already evident that the economic outlook and prospects for GDP growth for the country was already poor. This has continued into this year, 2021, as we struggle to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic, since arriving on our shores in March 2020, has had a devastating effect on the economy and the citizens, impacting negatively on employment, leaving many people destitute and resulting in the depletion of incomes for many families. It's obviously also affected businesses out there and SMMEs and micro businesses who are trying to make a living. The pandemic has therefore impacted on municipalities, including George. I immediately wish to thank those of our customers, especially the domestic and the business sector, who've been able to continue paying their municipal accounts every month, thereby contributing to the generally sound financial position that the municipality still finds itself in. Included herein is also the ongoing impact of Eskom's load shedding and the devastating effect that the NERSA-approved 17.8% electricity tariff increase will have on local municipalities and on the consumers through the resultant 14.59% increase being passed on to consumers as from 1 July 2021. Over the past decade and longer, the tariff increases granted to Eskom have been substantially above inflation and have had the effect of crowding out much needed increases for other municipal services. As a service, electricity constitutes 54% of Georgia's own generated revenues from services and rates. An increase of 14.59%, as is required in 2021, therefore forces lower than required increases for other services to ensure that the overall municipal tariff increases remain within affordability limits for our consumers. The resultant negative effect is that much needed cost-reflective tariff increases that are needed for the other services can't then be undertaken. As a result of the 17.8% increase in tariffs, our bulk purchases of electricity will increase from 523 million in the current financial year to an estimated 613 million in the next financial year. Included in our purchases for 21-22 is 50 million rand of electricity for own use in our own pump stations, our buildings, for streetlights, etc. This is 8.2% of what we purchase. This is therefore a cost that we have to absorb within the tariffs that we charge our customers, along with the costs of our distribution network, substations, power lines, maintenance, staff, etc. The pressures on the economy of the COVID-19 pandemic have impacted on the ability of residents and businesses to maintain the good 98% collection rates that we had achieved up to March 2020. The following statistics provide a picture of the effect on the municipality's outstanding debtors that have increased from 254 million rand at the end of March 2020 to 338 million at the end of April 2021. This is an increase of 84 million rand, or 33% increase, which is indicative of the severity of what has taken place here. Debtors over 90 days have increased from 154 million to 229 million, or by 75 million rand. During the course of this period, the collection rate dropped significantly, but has slowly clawed back to 94%. For every 1% that the collection rate is below 96%, there is 16 million rand less that gets collected. Even though the collections have improved, the collection of these debtors presents a major challenge, as experience has shown that debtors older than 90 days are extremely difficult to recoup. The collection rate only reflects the actual billings of services utilized by our customers. My personal estimate from the tracking that I undertake on debtors is that we have possibly had reduced billings of 75 million rand during this period through reduced sales of electricity, water and other services. In those first 3 months over the April to June 2020 period, that reduction was of the order of close to 50 million. And in the current financial year, we've seen probably 30 million rand in reduction of billings. And at present, our billings are approximately 3% below the trend that was evident before COVID started in March 2020. So therefore, a 94% collection rate actually translates to 91% of where we should be according to the trend line of our billings that go into debtors. And this indicates that there's hard work ahead to make up the 5% difference in collections. This amounts to the equivalent of 80 million rand. When billings do not take place or debtors are not being collected, it means that cash is impacted. The overall negative effect on cash is therefore likely to exceed 100 million rand for George Municipality. The COVID-19 pandemic also impacted the municipality in other ways. We had unexpected COVID-related expenses amounting to 8.9 million rand for the period up to June 2020, when we also spent 1.5 million rand on the hire of chemical toilets within informal areas to improve hygiene levels, and 1.6 million on soup kitchens, which is a total of 12 million rand. So that was the effect just in those first 3 months, which was obviously accounted for in the previous financial year. During the February 2021 adjustments budget, expenditure was reduced by 81 million rand, with the reduced expenditure budgets forming the basis for this final budget that we are dealing with today. Since January 2021, there has been increased emphasis on addressing service delivery shortcomings given the reduced levels of available funding. The factors outlined here have contributed to funding constraints of available funding for the capital budget through internally generated cash and our ability then to take up loans to meet the demand for upgrading and replacing infrastructure. If we then turn to the Council's long-term financial plan and some of the indications that have come out of that in terms of reviews that we've done, taking into consideration our forthcoming budget, it is quite clear that the municipality needs to focus on its core functions and to effect all possible savings and to align the capital budget to goals that are achievable. The reduced 2021 adjustment budget as at February then becomes the base for the 2021 period and the MTREF. We need to become more efficient in maximizing revenue and smarter spending. We need to be using credit control and debt collection processes to improve the debt collection ratio above 95% to try and catch up what we've lost over the last period of time. And we've got to ensure that we have an operating surplus is achieved. And we've also got to ensure that we maintain a healthy liquidity ratio as well as a low gearing ratio. These ratios are critical in the overall exercise to ensure financial viability and sustainability. We also actively need to be driving economic growth to reduce unemployment and poverty, and therefore pursuing an increase in our own generated revenue levels. Capital budget. The preparation of this budget has been extremely difficult, being the combination of circumstances that George has encountered over the past decade. In 2011, George absorbed the Uniondale and Harlem areas from the district municipality without receiving sufficient grant funding be able to support those areas. The growth of George over this period has also placed pressure on the availability of capacity at the wastewater treatment works as well as on the water treatment works infrastructure. This pressure has emanated from two areas. Private sector development of housing, where on average we have seen the construction of 75 new houses per month for the last few years. In addition, hundreds of subsidized houses are being constructed each year as the Department of Human Settlements continues to deal with the housing backlog. Approximately 1,600 houses are in the process of being handed over to beneficiaries during the coming months or are being completed over the next period of time. In the past couple of years, it had become increasingly apparent that the scheduling of expansion projects for wastewater and water had become complex, added to the availability of the suitable combinations of grant funding, loan funding, and internally generated funds. The execution of these projects required the necessary engineering and project management skills and disciplines to achieve the annual budgeted targets. Targets were not met and became critical issues that were then addressed by the acting municipal manager, Dr. Michelle Gratz, when she joined us as from July 2021. The necessary remedial steps were immediately taken to return these projects to the correct trajectory. Dr. Gratz has played a key role in negotiations with COGTA to ensure that our MIG grant funding was not withheld. At this stage, we are on track to spend 100% of our MIG grant during the current financial year. In the final stages of the preparation for the draft budget tabled at the end of March 2021, it became clear that the achievement of a fundable, credible capital budget would require further reflection prior to the presentation of this final budget today. The municipal management team and I as mayor and the MMC Finance recognize that we cannot fund large projects for wastewater and water, each totaling over 300 million from the current mix of funding being relatively low levels of grants and from internally generated sources. This meant that loan funding would need to be accessed. Over the 3-year MTRF period, over 1 billion rand in capital expenditure needs to be undertaken to meet the needs of our citizens and of our businesses. In present circumstances, this would require substantial increases in tariffs to service loans and internally replenish internally generated sources. It is also our view that a secondary city of George's size should be receiving considerably more grants from various sources to undertake the investment in the infrastructure required for the level of economic development that is expected from us as a secondary city. Numerous discussions have accordingly been held over the past few months between the municipality and National Treasury, Provincial Treasury, COGTA, MIG, MISA, and other agencies to explore ways in which applications can be made for additional funding, grants, or loans on more favorable terms. The advice received during these cordial discussions have resulted in the following progress being made since the beginning of April 2021. And I think there's a number of very important developments that we believe will flow from the progress that has been made. Firstly, applications for 1 billion rands worth of water projects has been submitted to National Treasury by the end of May 2021 in terms of a budget facility for infrastructure application that we've been advised to launch. Secondly, applications for 3 billion rands worth of various projects has been submitted to National Treasury by the end of June 21 in terms of another program. Thirdly, George has been pre-selected by National Treasury to apply for a Neighbourhood Development Partnership Grant, NDPG. This recent approach must be seen as recognition of the change management and improvements being undertaken by the political and administrative leadership of the municipality. Since 2006, the NDPG has been successfully funding neighbourhood development regeneration. The program aims to unlock, attract, and retain optimal investment in rural and intermediate towns by investing in human capital, economic and social infrastructure, and contributing to economic job creation, poverty reduction, eradication of spatial inequality, and creation of livable, sustainable, resilient, efficient, and integrated towns and cities. This presentation will be done to NT next week on the 3rd of June. The focus areas will be Uniondale and Harlem, Buckelsdorp, and Tembeletu. Then fourthly, we've also applied to be a pilot municipality for the private sector partnership program. Through this program, we will, in collaboration with MISA, that's the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent, be applying to use our MIG funding in advance and receive a small MIG allocation over the next number of years. Such a project has not been done before, and we are exploring how to go about this. This is a pioneering project, and our efforts could well assist the other secondary cities who are all experiencing similar growth challenges to those we are experiencing. We are also part of the SIDAF program, and that is the Sustainable Infrastructure Development and Funding Facility, which is being made available through the French Development Agency. And here there are 6 municipalities in the Western Cape who have submitted projects for consideration by foreign investors. Therefore, it needs to be recognized that throughout South Africa, municipalities are also experiencing aging infrastructure, and that sufficient funding is not readily available up to now. And this work that we are now doing in promoting our cause to these various agencies and entities is certainly leading the way in dealing with these challenges. In George, we also face the enormous challenge of aging infrastructure, where the replacement or refurbishing costs are going to run into hundreds of millions of rands in the next decade. And I think if you've cast your eye over the IDP document, you will note that the replacement value of our water infrastructure on its own is 2.6 billion rand. And of the sewage infrastructure, there's a figure of 3 billion rand. As an example here, we can have a look at our sewage pump stations. Our 3 biggest pump stations were built in the early 1970s and are therefore of the order of 45 years old. While they've been maintained over the years, a stage gets reached when major amounts of capital need to be spent on them. These 3 alone would require 170 million rand. The planning, prioritization, phasing and funding for such work is exceedingly complex in an environment where we also need to expand capacity of existing infrastructure and appear to be experiencing a limit of possibly 300 million rand per annum in capital expenditure that we can prudently undertake given our tariff structure, our cash flows, the size of our economy, and our balance sheet. This also explains why we are at present so serious about engaging with national and provincial treasury to identify these additional financing sources for the future. We will certainly need to be reviewing all our tariff structures before the next budget to ascertain how sustainable cash flows can be generated and increased. We will in the future need to focus on ensuring that we have surpluses, i.e. that our revenue exceeds expenditure to meet the commitments of refurbishments and expansion to capital assets, which are so essential to attract investment. It is quite clear that investors need certainty about top-class service delivery that is available and well maintained, and infrastructure that we have that our infrastructure is well maintained and available, and that good governance exists within the municipality before such investors are willing to invest in a municipality. George is at present highly rated and highly sought after, and we need to ensure that we maintain the status. This is how we are going to foster the growth in employment that is so desperately needed. Work on the capital expenditure framework model will also need to be continued to ensure that this will assist in helping us prioritize our capital expenditure. I'm of the view that our engagements to date have been positive, and that with our continued energy over the next year in driving our applications, that we will be successful in receiving additional grants and support. We are embarking on large capital projects, on the following large capital projects over the next few years. George has 113 sewage pumps. The replacement is going to cost approximately 500 million rand over the next 15 years. We plan on upgrading sewer pump stations to the value of 120 million rand over the MTRF, with a major concentration on at least the three major ones. The wastewater treatment works has reached capacity. The project to expand the Outeniqua works capacity by 10 megalitres is already underway, with the civil construction completed and the electrical and mechanical improvements and additions being undertaken at present. This project will cost 170 million rand in total, with 72 million rand being spent in 21-22 on the Outeniqua works. It is also necessary to upgrade the water treatment works by 20 megalitres to accommodate growth and development in the town. This will cost 330 million rand, which is unaffordable to the municipality as at this stage. The dewatering and sludge component of the water treatment works will commence in the coming year at a cost of 58 million rand. And it is this project that needs to be undertaken is where there's much of our focus in the discussions that are taking place for additional grants and so forth. The Tembeleto Ballots Bay 66 kV through to 11 kV substation upgrade is also been undertaken, with 45 million rand being spent over the MTRF. A major featured expenditure will take place on upgrades of the stormwater network to the value of 30 million in 21-22 in Tembeletu, Cornwall, Borchards, Levikamp and Parkdean. The total budgeted capital expenditure for 21-22 is 370 million rand, to be followed by 361 and 306 million rand in 22-23 and 23-24. That is the billion rand that I have been referred to earlier. Funding for these projects in 21-22 will come from the Capital Replacement Reserve, 73 million, the External Financing Fund, in other words, loans of 195-96 million, and grants of 81 million rand, and the separate operating account, or the SOA, of 20 million rand. We should also note that the Western Cape Department of Human Settlements has made grants of 97 million rand available, of which 38 million rand will be managed by them, and 59 million rand will go to the beneficiaries. If we then turn to GIPTN, Since the declaration of COVID-19 pandemic, the passenger demand for public transport has suffered. GIPTN collected an average monthly fare revenue of 4 million rand prior to the lockdown. This figure decreased to 855,000 rand at the end of April 2020. Phase 4B rolled out in March 2020, just before the implementation of COVID-19 restrictions. The estimated additional monthly fare revenue of 1.2 million rand has not materialized, and revenue forecast had to be adjusted downward. Our European partner, the Provincial Department of Transport and Public Works, increased its annual subsidy by 66 million rand in 1920 and 30 million rand in 2021 to account for the shortfall in fare revenue. There is, however, an indication of a steady increase in the number of passengers returning to use the service as lockdown levels ease, with monthly revenue increasing to 3.5 million at the end of April 2021. Expenditures remain consistent, with additional pressure to implement the COVID-19 preventative measures that are in place. The Public Transport Network Grant, the PTNG, received from the National Department of Transport is a formula-based grant, with a portion of the funding allocated based purely on the municipality's performance. The indicative PTNG allocation for 21-22 financial period was 123 million, but the continued performance and delivery of our project has resulted in the GIPTN scoring the highest percentage of all the receiving cities for the incentive component of the grant. This has now resulted in an additional 60 million rand being allocated to George from the PTNG, bringing the final allocation to 183 million. The GIPTN team remains committed to ensuring the successful rollout of the remaining phases. The formal rollout date for phase 6A is not yet confirmed, although consultation is happening at various levels. If I then turn to the operating budget, the tariff increases for bulk electricity purchases of 17.8 that I've already referred to, as announced by Eskom and improved by NERSA, is more than triple the inflation projection. The increases announced by Eskom for the past decade has also eroded the ability of municipalities to charge cost-reflective tariffs, as I've already referred to. The tariff increase of 14.59% for electricity from 1 July 2021 is proposed by NERSA guidelines, and this increase is effective from 1 July 2021 through to 30 June 2022. If we then turn to the other tariff increases, rates will go up by 6%, water by 6%, sanitation also by 6%, refuse by 4.5%, general tariffs, an increase of 2% is being applied, and within the DMA area, in other words, Union and Harlem, they will be applying the George municipality tariff increases. The total revenue budget amounts to 2,616.7 million rand, so it's 2.6 billion, with core services contributing 1,619 million, or 62% of that total, and other own revenue 294 million, which is 11%, with operational grants amounting to 613 million, and capital grants included in that figure of 89 million. Salaries are budgeted to increase at 4.1%. We should also note that these negotiations over salaries is being conducted by SALGA with the various unions, and finality has not yet been reached on that salary increase. However, it is quite clear that in terms of our budget, we are not able to afford more than a 4.1% increase. The total operating expenditure amounts to 2,511 million, which is an increase of 8.3% on 2021. It is important to note that despite the tight budget, and it is an extremely tight budget with very little room to maneuver, in fact, no room to maneuver, we are continuing to assist our various communities where possible, with the following being examples of expenditure that has been undertaken within the operating expenditure. It is also a well-known fact that we are continuing with providing 70 kilowatt hours of electricity instead of the 50 kilowatt hours laid down as the basic service for electricity being provided to indigents. So this additional 20 kilowatt hours electricity per month to approximately 15,000 indigent households amounts to a value of 4.212 million rand. On soup kitchens, we will be spending 1.685 million rand. On EPWP, our own funding portion of this temporary work is 10.2 million rand. EPWP grant funding is 3,068,000 rand. So that's a total of 13.26 million for such temporary work. The hire of chemical toilets in the forthcoming year has been budgeted at 4.35 million. Ward-based projects within the 27 wards has been budgeted at a total of 1.35 million for those projects that would then qualify in terms of what is permitted by the AG. The total of these projects that I've just mentioned here amounts to 24.865 million rand. I've also noted some other measures that are being undertaken in the IDP speech that I delivered earlier. Councillor Wessels as MMC Finance and Councillor van Brandes will elaborate further on the budget. I want to thank the acting MM, Dr. Gratz, for tireless efforts in leading and spearheading the efforts that I briefly described in ensuring that the budget can be approved today, as well as the efforts of the acting CFO, Mr. Leon Wallace, and his team at Finance, as well as all the directors and officials and the Budget Steering Committee who have made inputs and worked long hours to get this difficult budget finalized. The recommendation provides the resolutions for approval of the capital and operating budget, as well as the policies, tariffs, and services, rates, the ST-BIB, the capital, the resolutions relating to capital funding and documentation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Maya. The first to speak on this item is Councillor Wessels. Councillor Wessels, you have 4 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Speaker. After such a thorough tabling of a budget, I don't think that I'll be taking up the whole 4 minutes necessarily. Yes, as stated by the Mayor at the beginning of 2020, it was already evident that the economic outlooks and prospects for the GDP growth for the country was already poor, and this has continued into 2021 as we struggled through the COVID pandemic. Now, when we look at a credible funded budget, amongst other things, a credible budget is a budget that funds only activities consistent with the revised IDP and vice versa. It's achievable and agreed in service delivery and performance targets. It contains revenue and expenditure projects that are consistent with the current and past performance and supported by documentation and evidence of future assumptions. It does not jeopardize the financial viability of the municipality, and it provides managers with appropriate levels of delegation sufficient to meet their management responsibility. If we look at the total operating revenue, then we'll find that it's just over 2.6 billion, with operating expenditure of just over 2.5 billion, and a capital expenditure or a capex of just over 370 million rand. I just want to quote Kofi Annan, who said that we shall not defeat any of the infectious diseases that plagues the developing world until we have also won the battle for safe drinking water, sanitation, and basic healthcare. Speaker, this is proven in our capex budget, where of the 370 mil, 36% is going towards sanitation, 20% is going towards water, and 17% is going towards electricity, proving that the municipality, with the DA, understands and value the safety of our community at first, but also understands that infrastructure essentially is what is driving a economy. Further on, this is proven with 72.93% of the capital budget going towards civil engineering services. And as per the last quarterly report, even acknowledged by Alderman van der Wouwen, it does seem that the municipality are on a spending trade, and we're sure that that will be continuing within the next 12 months. If we look at our funding split, it's noted that 54% comes from external funding sources and 19% from CRR. 22% is coming from grants. If we look at our revenue by source, we'll see a 8% increase in that.
Wessels, we have half a minute left.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will then jump to the recommendation on page 101 and 102. So I recommend the resolutions as also stated by the Mayor on page 101 and 102. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wessels. You made it with 5.5 seconds. Next to speak on this item is Alderman van der Wouwen. Alderman van der Wouwen, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I please get clarity on 3 issues from the MM before my time starts? It's to be ensured that we are legally constituted. Speaker?
I'm listening, Alderman.
I'm asking, can I please just get clarity on 3 issues? Can I?
Please proceed.
You allow me?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Number 1, Speaker. To the MM, does Council today meet as a legislative authority as per 6.4 of the Rules of Order, seeing that there are several policies to be approved? We need the answer from the MM and not from the DA Chief Whip, Councillor Barnard. We know what their take is.
Your other questions, Alderman?
I thought the MM would first answer me, but nevertheless, the next question, Speaker, is the agenda for this meeting was disseminated at 19:32 on the 22nd of May 2021. And I want to know, is this within the ambit of the law? According to my calculation, that is 4 days notice. Question to the MM. And then the third question, is Rule 6.2 of the rules of order applicable to this meeting, MM.
MM, if you can please oblige.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, as far as I know, this meeting was advertised. Committee services can confirm that, but it has been advertised to the public. It is being streamed, so if the concern or the reference is to consider the bylaws, it is open to the public. That is the first one. The second one is regarding 1932 on Friday evening. The notice, in terms of the rules of order, the municipal manager must give at least 72 hours notice. So there was more than 72 hours notice given of this meeting. Third one, concerning a separate special meeting of council shall be called to approve the annual budget. It doesn't have to be a separate special council meeting for the budget. It can be part of this meeting. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MM. Alderman? Alderman van der Werven?
Yeah, Speaker, I don't understand because the MM says this is we meet here as a legislative authority, and 6.4 says when council meets as a legislative body to consider bylaws, the municipal manager must give 7 working days notice, and this working days notice of this meeting to all members of the municipal council. Now, the fact that it's been advertised doesn't mean it has been the notice. The notice is the agenda that is being out. Can I get clarity on that? Because that is my understanding.
It's a matter of interpretation, Alderman, but MM, if you perhaps wish to elaborate.
Speaker, as far as I'm concerned, the notice refers to notice of a meeting to be held, and that the councillors actually had at the beginning of the month, they had that date already. As far as the agenda goes, the agenda was within the time, so I don't think there's any problem with the legal constitution of this meeting. I don't know if Advocate van Schalkwyk wants to add anything to that.
No, MM, no, the MM is correct. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. van Schalkwyk. Thank you, MM. Alderman van der Werven.
Then, Speaker, just lastly, if we say that 6.2 of the rules of order says a separate council meeting of council shall be called to approve the annual budget, and the MM says we don't need to stick to that, then we don't need to stick to anything in the rules of order, and that is my take.
Thank you, Alderman. Do you wish
Speaker,
to proceed?
I will continue with my input. I'll try and keep it short as possible. I try to stick to the 3 minutes. The ANC don't have a problem, Speaker, with any of the policies that informs this budget. It has been workshopped, and we were part of that. We, however, do not agree with the tariffs, and I particularly refers to the electricity increase of plus 14%. What is worse, Speaker, is that it's a blanket increase. There's no incentives to encourage households to consume electricity beyond peak hours, where the cost of the municipality is much less. Speaker, there's no endeavor in order to storage cheap electricity off peak and then again distribute during peak hours. There are things called batteries, Speaker, and they are quite cheap. And if you buy them in bulk, there are huge discounts. We can buy batteries to the value of 10 million and save 20 million. I wanted to raise these issues at the Budget Steering Committee, but the last 3 Budget Steering Committee meetings were cancelled for no reason. Seemingly, the mayor wakes up in the morning, look in the mirror, and decide to cancel Budget Steering Committee meetings just like that. Speaker, I notice lists and lists of projects, some so vague that it only refers to the Greater George. Now, I know George is great, but we don't know where the Greater George is. Surely there must be project plans in order to support the budget.
There are lots and lots of projects, but where are the plans? Doesn't Treasury demand such plans? At several occasions, there were references to a zero-based budget. A lot of endeavor to table such a budget. Promises, promises. We don't see anything that the nature of that nature. A zero-based budget, to use that acronym is not to update your wardrobe. It's to decide what or to decide what to throw out and what to keep. A zero-based budget, referring to the acronym, is to empty the wardrobe completely, sort out everything, and only pack back what is necessary. Get rid of the items that were not used the last 12 months and either donate to charity or sell for extra income. We have not done that. The closest we got to that is to change the drawers or to reposition the hangers. Our biggest challenge, however, is not per se the budget, but how money is allocated and how the budget is implemented. Who benefit from it and who is deprived. We move that this budget is not pro-poor. Consequently, we move to reject this budget for all the reasons we have pointed out. I'm not going to submit a counter proposal. My proposal is just that we reject the budget. Finish and clear.
Thank you, Alderman. I had trouble unmuting myself. Thank you for being finished and clear. I hope it's only as far as this item is concerned. Next to speak on this item, on the budget tabling, is the PBI. Alderman Giereke, you have 4 minutes.
No, Speaker, please correct the minutes. Before I speak, I have submitted 4 minutes yesterday on the speaker's list, and I've arranged with the Chief Whip to take another 3 minutes from other items which I'm not going to speak. She has agreed to that. So effectively, I have 7 minutes. Can you confirm that with her, please?
Alderman, that is not how I have received it, although what I have received this morning, I can tell you now. I'll tell everybody. So that there's no dispute here. As I had it, you had on the list for the budget, you had 2 minutes, and you have actually asked and requested that two extra minutes be added, taken away elsewhere, and therefore that's how I got to 4 minutes. Give me 1 moment, please. 1 moment, please. Can I read it? I'm going to read it. I'm going to read your WhatsApp. Môre Malien, kan jy asseblief die 1 minuut van PBI wegneem by eerste item op sprekerslys en dit add by begroting? Ek gaan ook nie praat op confidential items nie. Neem ook daardie 2 minute en add dit by my begroting item asseblief. Dit laat byvoeging van die item maak ongemaklik. Ek vertrou u. Ekskuus, dan ek verkeerd opgetel, omdat ek vir die 5 minute gee hier volgens. Is dit reg?
Ja, speaker, asseblief. Kyk, ek het aanvanklik gister 4 minute vir die budget gesubmit. Nou vat ek 1 minuut weg en ek vat die 2 minute weg, wat ek nie praat by die confidential items nie, en dit maak het effectively 7 minute. Ek weet nie of waar Tandi aankom dat ek 1 minuut of 2 gesit het op die budget nie. Ek het aanvanklik, hier op die speakerslys is 1 minuut. Nou ek weet nie waar kom hulle daaraan nie. This is not what I've submitted, Speaker.
Chief Whip, can you please help me here?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I have it as you have it. I requested all the whips to also always send me their time so that I can check up on Tandi. So I cannot confirm whether Alderman Giereke submitted 4 minutes or not, because he never included me in the correspondence. I only have what you have, which gives me a 5 minutes then.
Mr. Speaker, this is just holding up the meeting. Let the Chief Whip, you can go to another speaker, let the Chief Whip just make sure with Tandi, because I have submitted 4 minutes on the list. On the list, I have submitted 4 minutes on the formal procedure as we do it as whips. So I went to her office yesterday to submit the list. I first sent an SMS to Tani to ask apology because I'm going to submit late because of my busy schedule. So I then went there, I submitted 4 minutes, and this morning I made the other arrangements. So in terms of my understanding, I have 7 minutes to speak on the budget. So if you want to allow the Chief Whip to make sure, she's welcome to make sure, but this is what I know I have done.
I'm requesting the Chief Whip then to make sure for that about that for us. In the meantime, then we'll go to Good, to Councillor Hector. Councillor Hector, you have 1 minute. Thank you.
Speaker, ek wil net weer eens op record plaas dat Good nie saamstem met die begroting wat glad nie 'n eerlike en deursigtige weergawe is soos wat daar gesê word in die item. Reeds met die voorlegging van die konsepbegroting het ek vir sekere verduidelikings onder andere gevra, detail van die kapitaalspandering in elke wijk, sodat die gemeenskap presies kan sien en monitor hoeveel geld in hulle areas gespandeer gaan word en wat die verbeteringe is. Die buitensporige verhoging van elektrisiteitstariewe sal ek so lank as wat ek geraad het is nooit aanvaar nie. Dit verarm ons gemeenskap verder. Dan het ek ook 'n paar vrae bladsy 84. Die 45 miljoen shortfalls, wat is totale spandering op die bedrag op hy pad? En dis die een vraag. Dan wil ook verder vra bladsy 86 van die agenda. Die 58 miljoen rand wat gaan na begunstigdes toe. Ek wil eerstens weet in watter area word hiervan gepraat en wie is die begunstigdes? Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Hector. Ms. Apollos, can you please translate? Ms. Apollos, we can't hear you. Ms. Apollos? Ms. Apollos, we can't hear you. Ms. Apollos? Ms. Apollos, we can't hear you. Ms. Brenkamp, is Ms. Apollos with you?
Yes, Speaker, Mr. Apollos is
Speaker?
with us then.
Yes. I'm listening. Sorry. Can somebody assist, please? Yes.
Izinto zeGood bayona ayingqinelani malunga nale budget ikhohlisayo ngoba besicelile i-details ngokubanzi ezawuchaza uluntu ukuze uluntu nako ukucacelwa malunga nemali wemali oluqhubekayo, kodwa into khange yenziwe ngokwesicelo besinayo. Futhi nokunyuswa kwamandla ombane yeyona ndlela engamkelekiyo. Ubuza phaa ku-page 56 malunga nale 58 million yoziswa njani futhi kweziphi ingingqi fani umphuhlisi ofileyo.
Thank you, Ms. Apollos. The questions that Councillor Hector asked, will Mr. Wallace be able to assist there? Thank you.
Mr. Wallace?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yes, the shortfall that we referred to on page, on my page 84, with regard to the GIPTN upgrades, Chairperson, we have every year we indicate to our partners in this project that we need additional funding for capital infrastructure, and this is all this is saying. We have in this financial year we received additional funding, not only from national but also from provincial government to assist in the capital program that we need to roll out for the GIPTN. So this is just mentioning the fact that given the fact that National Treasury has cut back on their capital grants, there's this projected shortfall. But fortunately enough, as Mr. Erasmus has previously in the meeting indicated, due to the fact that the project is doing so well, the counterparts in National Treasury and Provincial Treasury is always comes to the party and assists us in additional funding.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Councillor Hector.
Speaker, is 'n straightforward vraag wat ek gevra het. Shortfall van R45 miljoen in die CBD, GIPTN, die bussery, die hele George. Die vraag is, wat is die totale begroting op die opgradering van Markstraat? Dis wat ek wil weet. Daar's 'n R45 miljoen van die belastingbetalers se geld wat gaan kom. Hoeveel is die totale bedrag, totale begroting? Dit is al wat ek wil weet, 'n straightforward vraag.
Councillor Hector, Mr. Erasmus, I see your hand is up.
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, it's the funding that's been made available for this financial year 2021 is 30 million that I referred to. That's grant funding. There's an amount of 2.7 million, which is CRR. That's for this financial year. Next financial year, it'll be 15.3 million. That, if you add all of that up, the total cost for Market Street is 48 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Erasmus. I presume that answers your question, Councillor Hector.
So die 45, is dit die R45 miljoen ingesluit of uitgesluit?
Councillor Hector, I think Mr. Erasmus has answered the question fully. So I wish to proceed. Next to speak on this item is Alderman Giereke. Before Alderman Giereke then proceeds, I need to remind the whips.
Speaker, ek het 2 vrae gevra.
Councillor Hector, I think Mr. Wallace, with all respect, I think Mr. Wallace and Mr. Erasmus has answered you in full.
Speaker, nee, dit is ons verstaan mekaar nou verkeerd. Die volgende vraag gaan op bladsy 86. En dit is glad nie aangeraak nie. Die bedrag van R58 miljoen wat na begunstigdes toe gaan. Ek wil weet wie is die begunstigdes en in watter area is dit?
Thank you. I see Mr. Libber's hand is up. Mr. Libber, please.
Thank you, Speaker. If Mr. Councillor Hector is referring to the human settlements allocation, then these projects on the business plan refers to 325 East, grounds, and then also a small portion for wilderness heights. Now, they're located in wards 14, 20, and ward 4 respectively. But, Speaker, the first 2 projects I'm referring to, the catalytic projects of Metro and 325 East, those ones draw their beneficiaries from various areas. So it is impossible to say we use the allocation policy as a criteria to select our beneficiaries. So we gather that from the waiting list, and they come from various areas. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Libber. Appreciation. Councillor Hector.
Antwoord is steeds vaag, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Hector. Please take it offline with Mr. Libber, if you please. Thank you. I need to speak before I introduce Alderman Giereke. I need to speak to all the whips. Whips, you know what the requirements are in terms of the rules of order regarding the submission of the times and the items you wish to speak on. And I'm giving notice today that from now on, all council meetings will be held with that in mind. If your time allocations are not in by the time it should be in, it will be ignored. I'm sorry to do this, but we cannot jump around like this. And I also want to ask that you include the Chief Whip and myself when you submit your speaking times. Thank you very much for that. Alderman Giereke, we have spoken to Ms. Katana, and she apologizes. There was a typo. You were correct. You have 7 minutes starting now. Thank you very much. My apologies again for the misunderstanding.
Apology accepted, Speaker. Thank you very much indeed for being decent. Mr. Speaker, Mayor, colleagues, officials, and the community at large, all protocol observed. The draft budget was advertised for public comment and objections. I note the objections of Mr. Stan van Wyk, an engineer, Mafalda Bankenstein from the hospitality industry, and Mr. Michael Cook from the Outeniqua Tourism Association. I find it, however, extremely worrying that the objections of the church fraternity from Packersdorp inter alia, neighborhood watches, and other formations of society are not included in the agenda pack. Some of these formations represent the poorest sections of our communities. This is thus a disgrace that their submissions are being ignored and or omitted, and subsequently the voice of the poor, the needy, the marginalized, and the vulnerable is silenced by political and administrative arrogance under the control of the DA. National Treasury has indicated that the cash flow of the George municipality is healthy. We've noted that. National Treasury has also written to you to say that your service delivery is fragile. They talk about poor performance in the capital spending of MIC funds, municipal infrastructure grant. The National Treasury is talking about the lack of capacity. They're talking about irregular expenditure. National Treasury is talking about the invasion of land and demand for services, etc., and also the loss of grant funding, those funds that are being sent back because it is not used. This in itself speaks of a very poor, incompetent administrative executive with a low morale and lack of discipline. The wage bill of this municipality is budgeted for 601 million rand. It's almost 40% of the operational budget, in which case we feel that wage bill is bloated and it needs urgent surgery or intervention for that matter, Madam MM. This municipality is paying almost 40 million rand in interest on loans per annum. And these loans were taken out to finance luxuries. It was unnecessary, and the taxpayer must now cough up 14.59% increase in electricity tariffs to fund luxuries that are not of use to the majority of the citizens of this town. These loans funded inter alia expensive pedestrians, upgrades, and fancy circles. And instead of building a city for all people with sustainable services and infrastructure, your government is only focusing on certain areas, which is the town and the city. If you look at human settlement, the capital budget provision is made for only 3 million rand. Human settlement is a key and critical department to this municipality, to this town, particularly when it comes to the poor and the needy. Somebody must correct me if I did not read it, but I see no budget for temporary structures, or the Blinkhokka as we call it. And that is a very worrying factor. I also note that the capital budget is only making 0.81% provision for human settlement in a town where housing is a dire need. So there's virtually no solutions for the housing problems. In the meantime, the housing waiting list is growing, and we need to address that situation urgently, Mr. Speaker, to the municipal manager. In terms of engineering services, you look at water treatment, purification, infrastructure, and so on. For 2021-2022, 37 million rand is proposed for that. Then in the outer years, 22 to 23 and 23 to 24, there's a massive jump from 37 million to 103 million in the 22-23 budget. And then it comes down in 23-24 to 95 million again. So the question is, why the high jump for the water treatment works? Our submission is that the bill for the chemicals to purify the water, that bill is overloaded, it's bloated, and this is why we experience huge problems in certain areas in the town with the supply of water and the purification of water. Sometimes Denneoord will have brown water. It's because of the overloading of chemicals in that water treatment. This is what I've been told by engineers. This is our submission. The sewage treatment networks, huge infrastructure monies are going in there. We do not know. As we've seen, the budget for the engineering services, it seems as if you do a complete overhaul in that department, it would appear that there was no infrastructure in the city at all, the way you are spending huge amounts of monies in the engineering department. It's a huge worrying factor. We also know which contractors do benefit from the engineering department, and small contractors are walking away with little money in that engineering department. Your budget is not speaking to redress in terms of constitutional imperatives, redress the inequalities of the past. We are only maintaining the status quo. We do nothing new. Your government is doing nothing new to change the lives of the poor, the needy, and the vulnerable in the city. Those people, that segment of the community is living from national grants, and little money is allocated from the own budget of the municipality, taxpayers' monies, and the electricity money, and so on, to improve the quality of life of the poor and the needy. I want to draw your attention to community services. That's also a critical department in this municipality. Community services do, that's the department. That's the department that speaks to hunger and so on, little budget there. And then lastly, let me just tell you, I can't believe that 7 minutes are over. But last year, we've agreed for the appointment of 50 law enforcement officials on the 103 million rand that was left over in that budget. There was even a court case in this regard. The DA has agreed, and those officials have not been appointed as yet. We want to understand what the DA is going to do in terms of that commitment that they have made together with the opposition. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alderman. And sorry to cut, well, I didn't cut you short. I just wanted to remind you. Next to speak on this item is Councillor van Niekerk. You have 2 minutes, Councillor van Niekerk.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not going to be that much long. Much has been said about this budget. It is a reality that tough times is awaiting the city of George. All the restrictions and all the need, especially to maintain existing infrastructure. A concern for us is that 400 million rand still needed for the extension of the waterworks, which we feel needs to be prioritized, because that has got a direct involvement of influence over any further construction and developing of our town, and which is help of our economic environment at this point in time. And the last one, which I also want to raise a concern, although it's been addressed so many times, is the tariff increase proposals, which are going to come in effect of 1st of June, which we project will have a devastating effect right through the citizens of George. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van Niekerk. Last to speak on this item is Councillor von Brandes. You have 2 minutes, Councillor von Brandes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I will just start with the electricity increases. The electricity increases is obviously due to massive mismanagement on a bigger scale, which is Eskom and obviously our national government. Our electricity tariff increases from NERSA what they charge us extra is 17.8%. That means we are already paying 17.8% more. The tariff we are increasing is only 14.59%. If we talk about poor budget, firstly, I just want to say we do give incentives. We are giving 70% for 73 units this year, where most of the municipalities only will be giving 50 units. If we look at our biggest chunk of the budget, it is going towards Sybil, whereby these project plans assist for the whole of George. Our increase in cost of water, the 20 megaliter, and our wastewater, the 10 megaliter, is obviously to allow development, housing projects, job creations, and economic development in the whole of George. These obviously will lead to the 1,600 housing opportunities that needs to be connected to this network. Without this money, these housing opportunities cannot be connected. We look at the 50 million rand budget on stormwater upgrades in Thembalethu, Cornwall, Borches, Levikamp, and Park.
30 seconds, Councillor van Brandes.
Okay, and then lastly, I just want to say we are 100% on our MIC spending grant at this moment. And as you all know, housing is in national government's competence, so we can't say more than that. By that, I just want to second the recommendation of Councillor Wessels on page 101. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van Brandes. With that, councillors, this matter is dealt with. Thank you for your contributions. I know it's probably one of the toughest budgets that we have ever had to compile, given the circumstances. Just to also advise you that we will have a break as we proceed. So we will have a break at some time. We move to
Speaker, I did submit a proposal that we reject the budget. I did submit it.
Did you actually verbally indicated that you did not, you are not going to bring a proposal to reject it? Have you now changed your mind?
Speaker, then you haven't listened. I did say that we are rejecting the budget. And I've also.
But you did say that you are not bringing a counter proposal, Alderman Giereke. You did say that you are not bringing a counter proposal.
My name is Piet van der Hoeven, Speaker. I'm not Alderman Giereke, and I did.
My apologies.
I made such a proposal, and I've also posted it. I posted it on the chat box, hereby proposing that the budget is rejected because it is not pro-poor. And I've done that long ago. At 11:40, I did that.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I don't check the chat box the whole time. Councillor Alderman van der Hoeven, who seconds your proposal?
I'm sure all the ANC councillors will second it.
Councillor van der Hoeven.
I do. Speaker, it's Councillor Cushman, I do.
Thank you. In that case, we will go over to voting.
Mr. Speaker.
Alderman Giereke.
Speaker. Yeah, don't give everything to the ANC. Give the secondment to the PBI, please. Bushman and Van der Hoeven, they have everything.
Alderman Giereke, it's been seconded by Councillor Jantjies Cushman. We will proceed with the those in favour of the those in favour of the proposal by Alderman van der Hoeven that the budget is rejected because it's not pro-poor. We will first do that. I will read the names alphabetically. You can indicate against or in favour.
Speaker.
I'm sorry, I'm on the chat box now. I didn't see any hands. Councillor Barnard.
Speaker, you cut out there for a couple of seconds. Can you just tell us what we're voting on again and which one we're dealing with first?
We are dealing obviously with the accepting and the budget. as proposed by Councillor Wessels and seconded by Councillor von Brandes. The proposal on the table by Alderman van der Hoofen, sorry, let me get there, is that the budget is rejected because it is not pro-poor. We will vote on the proposal by Alderman van der Hoofen, and we will indicate our choice by saying you are against it or you are in favor of it. And I will record it along those lines, and I'm asking Ms. Bredenkamp and Corporate Services to assist with that. So you either vote in favor of or you vote against the proposal by Alderman van der Hoofen of rejecting the budget. Councillor Adams.
Speaker, I'm against Alderman van der Hoofen.
Thank you. Alderman Councillor Barnard.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Brown.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Weiss.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark.
For the budget, Speaker.
In other words, against.
Against Alderman van der Hoofen.
Thank you. Councillor Cronje.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Dikelili. Councillor Dikelili.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor De Tooy has asked to be excused, so he won't be voting. Councillor Eso.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Farrell.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Vugland.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Fortuin is absent. Councillor Fry. Is Councillor Fry with us?
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Gultik.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Hector.
Speaker.
As 'n gebore en getoe Pakkelsdorper, dis daar nie 'n manier wat ek nie in favor kan wees teen 'n pro-bo budget nie, in favor, Speaker.
Councillor Henge.
In favor.
Councillor Ingo.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Jantjies Guzman.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor James.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Johnson.
I'm against the proposal, Speaker.
Councillor Kama.
I'm in favor, Speaker.
Alderman Kritzinger.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Langa.
Yasixhasa isiphakamiso sika Comrade Pete Msasazi onguSpeaker.
Councillor Langa, please help me. Is that in favor?
Yes, of course.
Yasixhasa isiphakamiso sika Comrade Pete Speaker.
Councillor Lesele.
Speaker. In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Lof.
100% in favor, Speaker. Viva Pit for pro-poor budget. Viva.
Councillor Low.
Totally against, Speaker.
Councillor Mbeta.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Daka.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Mkondo is not with us. Councillor Nkamazana.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Noble.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Sana.
Ndiyasixhasa isiphakamiso esibekwe ngumlungu uPiti wena somlomo.
Please help me. Is that in favor or against?
Where's the translator, Speaker? We have a translator, Monsieur. Ask her.
Yes, Councillor Jantjies Guzman, I'm very much aware of that, but you know, I'm just trying to help the process along. Ms. Apollos, can you please translate Councillor Nosana's... Councillor Nosana, can you please indicate Councillor Nosana's preference? Thank you.
Ndiyasixhasa isiphakamiso esibekwe nguComrade Pitti.
Ms. Apollos.
Favor, Speaker, of Councillor Firewolf's proposals.
Thank you. Thank you. Alderman Petrus.
Against, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Plata is absent. I'm also against. Councillor Roofse.
Against, Speaker. Against the proposal.
Councillor Royland. Councillor Royland.
In favor, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Saffers.
Against, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Snyman.
Against, Speaker.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
I heard you, Councillor Saffers. Thank you. Councillor Stander.
Speaker, can you hear me?
I heard you, Councillor Saffers. Thank you. Councillor Stander.
Speaker.
Councillor Stamela.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Strubel.
Against, Speaker.
Alderman Tehizi.
Ndiyamxhasa.
Thank you, Alderman van Hoeven.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor van Niekerk.
Against, Speaker.
Van Wyk.
Against, Speaker. I'll also note that Councillor Fry has voted against in the chat box.
Thank you. I've noticed that, and I believe he is in the meeting now. Councillor van Brandes.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Wessels.
Against, Speaker.
Alderman Williams.
In favor.
Councillor Windwaai.
Against, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fry, apart from having indicated in the chat box that you are against, are you in a position to respond verbally? Councillor Fry?
Speaker?
Yes.
Councillor Fry sent me a message to say he's battling with his speaker, his microphone, I mean, and he indicated in the chat box because he can't get through to you.
Thank you very much.
Speaker.
So noted.
Speaker. Point of clarity. Are they against it or against the proposal of Councillor Pitt? Because I see it, all of them are against Councillor Pitt. What's going on here?
Thank you. I see that Alderman van der Hoeven's hand is up. Alderman van der Hoeven.
Thank you, Speaker. But my understanding is, Speaker, that the rules of order say if voting started, no one can, and if you're not present when voting started, you can't vote later.
Councillor Alderman van der Woofen, I agree with you, but you know, we are in different times, and if we cut off, we are cut off. So I will accept Councillor Fry's indication in the chat box. Thank you.
Then it would apply, Speaker, then it would apply for on everything. We are in different times and it applies for everything, not just for one thing.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Ms. Bredenkamp to help me? I see that Councillor Fry's hand is up again. Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry. We will start with the counting. Ms. Bredenkamp, if you can assist me, please. Thank you.
Can I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
I beg you, Ms. Bredenkamp.
May I proceed?
Please. Well, let me just count quickly as well, and then we can make the announcement. Thank you.
Sure.
Hulle kan nooit 'n uur stap tot hier nie.
Nee, jammer jou, ek praat toe sometime en jy sê my nou vorige keer. Sê jy wil nou weet hoe werk dit?
No, please mute yourself and your drunken business.
Alderman, Councillor Jantjies Guzman, I really didn't ask for your inputs there. Thank you.
I stopped being a joke up a speaker, man. Chill.
Ms. Bredenkamp, you may proceed with the numbers, please, that you have counted.
Mr. Speaker, those in favour, it's 19, and those against are 28.
Thank you very much. That is the count that I have as well. Therefore, the budget is approved, accepted. Thank you very much for your contribution. We move to item 14.3 on the agenda, consideration and approval of the 2019-2020 annual report. This is to be introduced by Alderman Kritzinger. Alderman Kritzinger, you have 3 minutes.
The oversight role of council is an important component of financial reforms of each municipality. Good governance, effective accounting, and oversight can be achieved if they destination between the funds formed by the different role players. I feel obliged to bring the net increase on cash and equivalents to the attention of the House, even though we had very serious difficulties with COVID the past year, and also with all the lockdowns in 2020, the above cash and equivalents grew from 552 million to 799 million at the end of June 2020. And there are many other positives reporting that can be seen in the reports before council, and I would like to applaud all those that hold in the management of the organization. Speaker, I thus want to bring that council today adopt the recommendations per page 125 of our agenda. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman Kritzinger. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Langa. Councillor Langa, you have 2 minutes.
I always have issues, Speaker, with regards to how we do things here. So we will not support that, Speaker. And yes,
Thank you. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Adams. Councillor Adams, you have 1 minute.
Speaker, I am issue free, so I will second my comrade. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to item 14.4, proposed substitution of section 43(2) of the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act of 2013 as it applies to the George municipality. First to speak there is Councillor Stander. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Stander. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the purpose of this item 14.4 is for council to consider the final adoption for the substitution of Section 43(2) of the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act 2013 SPLUMA. During an council meeting held on 30 November 2020, George Municipality accepted the exemption granted by the Minister for Rural Affairs, subject to certain conditional circumstances, as explained clearly in point A of the recommendation with reference to Section 43(2) of said Act. In accordance with Resolution B, the proposed amendments were advertised. No comments on the proposed amendments were received. Speaker, I herewith propose the recommendation on pages 129 and 130 of today's agenda to finally be adopted by Council. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stander. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Jantjies Guzman. You have 2 minutes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Just hold on for a second. Let me get to my notes. Speaker, you have asked for extension from 5 to 10 years from national government. And it was approved, or approval was given. And then, Speaker, the question arises: why do you seek why do you seek for a lengthier period that runs over the period of office for councillors? Can I get an answer on that question?
That's the MM to Ms. Waring. I'm not sure that Ms. Waring was around when this was done. MM, who will assist us in responding to that question?
Speaker, I'm not sure if Ms. Power is online. Otherwise, we will provide that reply in writing. Otherwise,
yeah, MM, I can respond.
Thank you, Ms. Waring. Please proceed.
Thank you, Councillor. So this is for all land use applications in terms of the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act, which is a national piece of legislation. And what it does is it allow for planning approvals to be valid for longer than the initial 5 years as it currently stands within the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act. So the land use applications, Councillor, have never been linked to a term of council because they are for land use development and not linked to a 5-year term of council. It's two completely separate matters. This is only pertaining to land use matters that we have gone out in public participation. And as Councillor Stander said, we got no feedback or comments by the public opposing this matter, and in fact it just gives greater development opportunities because it allows developers who may be going through, or anybody in the in the construction industry who have development rights on a property to a little bit longer in order to get their development up and running, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waring. I see there's a hand up, Councillor Dikilili.
Thank you, Speaker. It's me. Speaker, the MM just explained that it is not attached to the period of councillors in office, but here it says it was 5 years and you seek to extend it to 10 years. Then my question is, why now? What is the motive behind? Because it was always 5 years, and now you are going out of office. You are extending these things. What is happening? What is the motive? Can I get that one? Thank you.
Speaker, may I respond?
Please, Ms. Waring, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor, I just draw your attention to Resolution A, which indicates that the national minister, so that Minister Didiza, it's actually for agriculture, rural development and land reform, has promulgated this in the government gazette in 2020 to allow municipalities to do this. So this is a proposal that came from national government in order to allow development rights to have a longer time frame than what there has been in the past. This comes from 2020 from national government. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I agree. I've seen that one, that the national government promulgated, but after the Western Cape government or George has asked for it to be extended to 10 years. You have asked, they did not so much as decided that the Western Cape must extend to 10 years. It was asked from this municipality. Please don't play with words here.
Are you done, Councillor Jantjies Guzman? Councillor Jantjies Guzman, are you done? Thank you. See, the hand has been lowered.
Speaker, I am saying for now, I'm just waiting for a correct or a relevant answer. The quote that the official just made here is not correct to say the national government promulgated. The national government promulgated after a request from this municipality. Let's be honest on that one. Thank you.
Mr. Waring, is there anything you can add to what you have already explained?
No, Speaker. I think I've responded as best possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Jantjies Guzman.
It's okay, Speaker, as long as we know that you have asked for it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next to speak on this item is Councillor Khama. You have 1 minute, Councillor Khama.
Sorry, Speaker, maybe it was a mistake. I didn't allocate any time on this item.
Then I don't know where else you have indicated, so maybe somewhere else. I have no idea. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Fikman.
This is 14.11, Speaker. 14.11.
I have that. Thank you. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Vigland. You have 1 minute.
You can keep the 1 minute, Speaker. I second the proposal made by Councillor Stander. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to item 14.5, final approval of the amendments to the George Municipality Land Use Planning Bylaw. First to speak there is Councillor Stander. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Stander.
Thank you, Speaker. The purpose of this item is to consider the final adoption of the proposed amendments to the George Municipality Land Use Planning Bylaw, which was considered and provisionally approved at the council meeting held on 31st of March 2021. As previously pointed out, National Treasury has drafted guidelines for the implementation of municipal development charges in South Africa during 2018, which provides guidance on drafting a policy on municipal development charges. Unfortunately, the guidelines published by National Treasury are dependent on the enactment of amendments to the Municipal Fiscal Powers and Functions Act 12 of 2007. Until this is done, compliance with the Land Use Planning Act, LUPA, is required. Certainly, provisions of the bylaw are not aligned with LUPA. It is therefore proposed that the provisions of the bylaw be aligned with the provisions of LUPA and that the provisions of Section 83 of the bylaw be integrated with the provisions of Section 66 of the bylaw as fully set out in the report before Council. As pointed out in the report, the proposed amendments were advertised in the media and copies were placed in the libraries within the boundaries of the municipality. No comments on the proposed amendments were received by us. I therefore propose the recommendation of pages 142 of the agenda to be adopted by Council. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stander. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Jantjies Guzman. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Jantjies Guzman.
Yo, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, listen, we have in a council meeting, as the opposition asked for a land audit. I'm not sure whether the MM that is sitting here knows what land or which land do we own as a municipality in this town. But we seek to sell or to give this land to people in piecemeals. But we don't know what land we and have a moratorium.
You broke up there.
Okay, Speaker, I'm saying, can we have a moratorium on land, on all land, on sale of land of the municipality until we have a land audit? For all of us, we must know how much land we have. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Jantjies Guzman. MM, can somebody respond to that?
I can respond.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Councillor. We are in the process of completing our land audit. I actually had met with the officials this week on it, so we will be bringing that to Council shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waring.
Then we agree, Kene, that we'll put a moratorium on land, a moratorium on land, on selling of land, ne? Until we get the land audit. Are we agreeing on that, Speaker?
No, I don't think we are. That's not what I heard, Ms. Waring.
No, Councillor and Speaker, that's not what I said. I just indicated that the status of the land audit, it would be for Council to make such a decision in terms of its assets. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, that's what we are proposing. As ANC, we are proposing that.
Councillor Jantjies Guzman, then we'll just have to go to another vote then. Who is seconding your proposal?
Dear Speaker, Ulanga.
So, Councillor Jantjies Guzman, I see that Mr. van Schalkwyk's hand is up. Mr. van Schalkwyk.
Speaker, I cannot understand the relevancy here because this is about the amendment to the land use planning ordinance, the land use planning bylaw. So it's got nothing to do with what Councillor Jantjies has proposed. So I don't understand the relevancy.
Thank you, Mr. van Schalkwyk. Councillor Jantjies Guzman.
Speaker, can you correct your legal advisor? It has everything to do because we are talking about land here and selling of pieces of land. So that's what we are. That's why we are asking for a moratorium. Please, Speaker.
Councillor Jantjies Guzman, I'm not going to allow that. This, as I think, as Mr. van Schalkwyk correctly pointed out, this we are not discussing moratoriums on land or anything here. If you so wish to do it, then I suggest that you consider bringing a motion to council, and that we will handle that way.
Who is the speaker here? Because you just asked for a second for this motion. Now you are saying that you are not going to allow. Hey, Speaker,
until I was very correctly reminded by Mr. van Schalkwyk about the relevance of the matter, and therefore we are not going to proceed with this with respect. I see there are a number of hands up. Maya.
Kuba, Speaker, Kuba.
I see the mayor's hand is up.
Speaker, yeah, I think you've covered what I've said. It's not relevant to this item at all.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Giereke.
Speaker, yeah, just on that point, let me just draw your attention. In the March a council meeting on the mayoral address, the PBI has asked for a moratorium on the sale of land. We have done it. There was no objection in council. Not even the DA objected to that. So I shall take it that that request is standing. You can go back to the minutes of that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Giereke. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Noble. You have 1 minute.
Speaker, yes, thank you. I second the proposal by Councillor Stander. Thank you.
Thank you. Move to item 14.6, the Audit Committee's annual report. This is to be introduced by Councillor Barnard. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Barnard.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I take you to the item with a recommendation which is on page 144 regarding the annual audit committee report. And I just want to highlight that this report forms part of the municipality's draft annual report, and it always serves with us or before us in May. And if you will allow me just to highlight a couple of issues from this report. It basically describes the functions that are performed by the audit committee during their meetings throughout the year. And it also highlights relevant comments that they have made or may make, which can help to enhance governance and accountability within the George municipality. Now, we all know that we have just come through a year where COVID-19 had huge impact on our municipality, our residents, as well as the whole of South Africa. And there are some of these COVID pandemic responses that have been highlighted in this report, which has been submitted. The Audit Committee recognized that the fundamentals of good governance and effective oversight arrangements were even more important during this crisis, as the municipality faced it, and it continues to face a lot of uncertainties because of the rapidly changing risk landscape and an increased need for transparency and confidentiality in reported information on its implications. The Audit Committee embraced the virtual life that we are now involved with. And during the year that has been under report, there were frequent communications and meetings that took place virtually. It allowed them to continue with their work, even though it was being done over Teams meetings, and the committee was really quite successful with all the meetings that took place. The committee went on to commend the administration on the mitigating actions that they took to address the impact of COVID, specifically when it came to health and safety processes and navigating the municipality through the financial sustainability, seen in light of having to measure all the needs of the community in George during this pandemic. The Audit Committee notes that George municipality received an unqualified audit opinion. This means that the annual statements are not materially misstated. The Audit Committee also stresses that administration must ensure that all the Auditor General action plans must be implemented in order to avoid repeated findings. And our acting municipal manager has affirmed her commitment to actually drive this process. The committee took note of the fact that there was underspending on the capital budget, which is quite significant, but this was mainly due to projects that could not be completed due to COVID, and the fact that many of our officials were actually under lockdown or partly under lockdown. It also took note of the fact that the municipality requested to roll over some projects into the next financial year. The Audit Committee has also considered the financial position and the key financial indicators and has concluded that George municipality was financially stable at the 30th of June. Again, thank you very much, Speaker. I then recommend to Council that Council takes note of the audit report as contained in the agenda. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Next to speak on this item is Alderman van der Woofen. You have 3 minutes, Alderman van der Woofen.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't know whether I'm going to use all the 3 minutes, but nevertheless, here we go. We as the ANC welcome this honest report from the Audit Committee. where several challenges are pointed out, issues that we as the opposition are raising continuously, and but nothing is done about it. But seemingly or hopefully, now that the audit committee raises the issue, it shall be addressed. The first one that I want to point out and highlight is the audit committee remains concerned about the inadequate implementation of the Auditor General's internal audit findings, which are reported. This has resulted in internal audit spending. Listen here, this has resulted, and I'm saying it to the media as well who are locked in, this has resulted in internal audit spending, considerable audit budget in auditing performance management, which could have been spent on other service delivery related audits. The audit committee is satisfied that the acting municipal manager has already taken action, and we congratulate Comrade Gratz about, or MM Gratz about that. The audit committee is also concerned that the Q3 performance report indicates significant under expenditure for many capital projects, which impacts negatively on service delivery, and also may result in MIC funding losses. Those are concerns that we as the ANC are raising continuously in this council chambers, but we are just ignored. Effective consequence management remains a concern, especially where there is failure to comply with grant funding conditions. It is that we raise continuously, resulting in loss of MIC funding. This impacts all infrastructure projects and also hampers the ability of the municipality to increase MIC funding approvals in future. The audit committee advises council to ensure that the consequence management is effectively implemented where there is underperformance by directorates. Furthermore, targets should be set which are achievable and motivational. And target monitoring should be performed on a regular basis in order to find corrective action taken. These are the issues that we are raising continuously. The director should ensure that all year performance results are accurately reported and supported with valid evidence. Those are the issues that we are continuously raising, Speaker, and we are just ignored. The audit committee is concerned that the investigation unit is undercapacitated. That need to be addressed, Speaker. This is currently only internally, there is currently only one internal investigator. And that is why, Speaker, things are going wrong in this municipality. If my time is up, I will sit down. Is my time up?
Your time is up, Alderman. Thank you.
I just want to lastly just say, here they raise it again. The audit committee is concerned that water leakages are significant. And I'm going to raise my case just there.
Alderman Giereke, I see your hand is up. Is it an old hand?
No, it's an old hand, Speaker, sorry.
Thank you. Councillors, as you did hear, there was some interference again. I urge you, please remain or keep your microphone switched off. Thank you for that. Next to speak on this item is Councillor van Niekerk. You have 2 minutes, Councillor van Niekerk.
Thank you, Speaker. If I know what I know now, I would have given my 2 minutes to Alderman van der Hoeven, because he has basically covered me, and I haven't got anything else to say but to repeat him, Speaker. So that'll be my contribution. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van Niekerk. Next to speak is Councillor Windwaai. You have 1 minute.
Speaker, I second the item of my colleague, please.
Thank you. We move to item 14.7, Audit Committee Report to Council. This is to be introduced by Councillor Brown. You have 2 minutes, Councillor.
Morning, Speaker. Morning, colleagues. I would like to submit to Council the Audit Committee's report for the third quarter, that is now from January to March 2021. would like to highlight a few. In the evaluation report of internal audit by the audit committee, they concluded that the internal audit operates efficiently, effectively, and economically. An external quality assessment of the internal audit function was done by professionals, IA professionals. It was the accredited international internal audit assessors. And this must be done every 5 years to ensure that the internal audit activity conforms with the international standard for the professional practice of internal auditing. And the result of the assessment will be submitted by the audit committee to council. Now, the audit committee has raised certain concerns as set out on page 165 to 168. I would like to thank the acting MM and the directors for implementing corrective measures in addressing these concerns. We would also like to welcome Ms. Gulwa as the newly appointed member of the audit committee. And hereby, Speaker, I would recommend that council adopts the audit committee's report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Next to speak on this item is Alderman van der Woofen. Alderman van der Woofen, you have 2 minutes.
Speaker, I'm sure I'm not going to use the 2 minutes completely this time. The audit committee is on review of 20 March 21 financial report. The audit committee raised continued concerns over poor collection of fine income. The relevant directorates will be requested to submit a report on the audit committee on the process of issuing and collecting fines, of the collection of fines, the challenges faced, and the remedial actions responsible in this regard. Audit committee raised concerns regarding the maintenance of infrastructure. The audit committee advises council to ensure that adequate budget is allocated for the maintenance of infrastructure during the budgeting process. It has been pointed out in today's budget that there are shortfalls regarding this, Speaker, and we are continuing failing the residents of George if we don't address this. Speaker, I raise my case.
Thank you, Alderman van der Woofen. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Mbete. You have 1 minute, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I support the recommendation made by my colleague, Erica Brown.
Thank you very much. We move to item 14.8, application for participation in incentives under the Economic Revitalisation Policy. This is in regards to IRF 14816 George. It's the Lancewood application, number 1 of 2020 at Tamsui Industrial. And the first to speak there is Councillor Wessels. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Wessels.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. As you have alluded to, the item is with regards to the application of participation in the incentives under the Economic Revitalisation Policy. The department has been in talks with Lancewood Holdings for a number of months, and last year we have started consultation with Lancewood. It must be just noted that under the comments of the municipal manager, that Lancewood have contravened the national building regulations by starting constructions without their approved building plans, even though there was consultation with the relevant various departments. The electricity, in terms of Electrotech, a lot of work was already done and has already been done. So it is so the department has already implemented the necessary KV units in order for them to for Lancewood to have the preferred service or the service, the electricity needs that they require. I would like to take council to the recommendation on page 300 and 301. A, that council does not approve the participation of Lawnswood Holdings in a division of Libstar operations in respect of the development of 14816 George in the incentive under the economic revitalization policy as outlined below, that it be noted that a development proposed by Lawnswood, a company of Libstar operations, has already commenced and that construction was occurred without the required approvals, and that the current incentive policy be rescinded and further applications of the incentive be considered only once the policy has been reviewed. I think C is the most important of these. The policy needs to be workshopped. It's outdated and old policy. And I would just like to reiterate to council that the various departments were in contact and are in constant contact with Lawnswood. They have received a penalty, which they have paid, and they are on the same page as the municipality with regards to this. So I would just like to recommend the recommendation on page 300 and 301. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wessels. Next to speak on this item is Alderman Williams. You have 2 minutes, Alderman.
Goeiemiddag. Hoe gaat het, Gerrit?
Goeiemiddag.
Hoe gaan dit?
Dit gaan goed, dankie, Alderman. En met jou?
Nee, is alright. Hoe sê jy daar by die huis? Look, the item is clear, and I agree with the recommendations. And I think we are not going to entertain any application until we workshop, as the item is saying in the recommendations. Then after the workshop, then we can consider all other applications. So I have no problems as it has been set out. Enjoy your day, Gerard.
Thank you. Thanks, Alderman. Appreciation. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Suffers. You have 1 minute, Councillor Suffers. Order, please. Order, please. Councillor Scripson. Thank you, Councillor Suffers. Is Councillor Suffers with us? Councillor Suffers?
Yes, Speaker.
You have 1 minute to respond.
I second the proposal made by my colleague, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Suffers. Councillors, on that, I think having come to the end of item 14.8, I think it's time that we break for lunch. We will break until 1:30. In other words, just over 45 minutes. And I understand that there are a number of councillors who are convened in the foyer to the mayor's office. Councillors, it's going to be problematic if you are there when the confidential items are considered. And I would encourage you and wish to ask you that you relocate to a venue where the confidential reports will not be compromised when it is submitted to council. Thank you very much for that. We will then reconvene at 1:30. Thank you very much.
Jean, jou mic is aan, hoor.
CJ?
Ek wil net sê jou mic was aan.
Okay, is reg. Ek is op die oomblik hier by die saal. As jy miskien hy ons stuur laat hulle sommer hierdie kant toe kom. Dat ek gou op hulle kan net directions gee.
Ek communikeer op WhatsApp, dankie.
Nee, nee, julle moenie so hard werk nie. Pieter Louise man, kyk my dogter is baie siek. Wanneer gaan jy wees? Môre?
Pieter, jou microfoon is aan, hoor.
Amerika. Dankie Sean. Ek het nou nie gesien dat my speaker was aan nie. Maar ek het hom nog weer afgesit. Dankie.
Good afternoon, councillors. Welcome back to the meeting. I trust that you all had something to eat and drink. We can proceed and complete this meeting. We will continue with item 14.9, Garden Route Regional Waste Management Facility. The first speaker there is Councillor Snyman. Councillor Snyman, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I won't take up all the time. I'd just like to take your attention to page 347 of the today's agenda, and I'd like to make known that the recommendations, this item has been thrown backwards and forwards quite a bit, and there are new developments that have also taken place, obviously because of the fact that the contractor that was pulled out, and also the issues regarding the landfill site. And I'd like to make an alteration to the recommendation, if I may, in that we keep recommendation A, the council rescind the resolution taken on the chipping of green waste and crushing of builders rubber. B, that council rescind the resolution taken to use Interwaste Proprietary Limited, preferred bidder to the transport of waste from George Transfer Station and Uniondale landfill site to Petro SA. Thirdly, we would the council take note of the GRDN council report, and then I'd like to add, if I may, Speaker, that council procure their own vehicles in the 2022 and 2023 financial year for the transport of waste from George Transfer Station to Petro SA, and that E, that the council support the decision of Garden Route District Municipality to make use of their own funds or grant funding for the construction of the regional landfill facility. I therefore so propose.
Thank you, Councillor Snyman. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Nosana. Councillor Nosana, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Even if I hate what I'm about to do, but we don't have a problem with the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nosana. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Van Niekerk. Councillor Van Niekerk, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not sure I'm going to use 2 minutes and so on. I've also got no problem with the motion that stands. All I want to know is that it is obvious that the transport cost, which has to be borne by the taxpayer from George to Petro SA, is going to cost a fortune over the years. And whether or not anybody has thought of locally doing investment in a recycling facility like they do in Europe, in those countries where they don't have the luxury of vast lands where they can establish rubbish dumps and so on, where you have a recycling premises and everything is recycled again. That's actually my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Niekerk. Does anybody wish to respond to Councillor Van Niekerk's observations? I think we're still some way from getting there, Councillor Van Niekerk. Last to speak on this, I see that Mr. Paulse's hand is up. Mr. Paulse.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to respond to the councillor. Yes, we are investigating various ways of waste reduction. We've recently had a council service provider making a presentation to myself and the executive mayor, or not the executive mayor, the municipal manager. And within this plan, various options of wage reduction is proposed. And we seems to be moving in a direction where one of those things are what Councillor Van Niekerk alluded to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paulse, for that input. The last to speak on this item is, I'm sorry, I am on the wrong page. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Strubel. You have 1 minute, Councillor Strubel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to support the amended proposal of the portfolio councillor and my colleague, Councillor Sean Snyman. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Strubel. We move to item 14.10, ICT policy amendments on request of the Auditor General, 27 May 2021. There will be no debate on this item. We then move to item 14.11, investigation into possible breach of the Code of Conduct for Councillors, non-attendance of 3 consecutive council meetings. First to speak on this item is the Mayor, Councillor van Wyk. You have 3 minutes.
Can I, Speaker, just declare my interest in this item?
Your interest is noted, Alderman van der Hoeven.
Can I also just declare my interest in this item, Speaker?
Noted, Councillor Lof.
Can I also declare my interest, please, Speaker?
Aye, Speaker. Speaker.
Councillors, please raise your hands. This is going to become difficult.
I'm already on the floor. Can I speak? I also
Order.
just want to declare my interest on this item.
Thank you, Councillor Dana. I see that Councillor Hector's hand is up.
Ja, Speaker, ek is nog reeds by die vorige item 14.10. Ek weet my eers so haastig. Ek wil net weet hoekom is daar geen debat nie.
Councillor Hector, this is how I receive it from the Whip's office.
Ek was in die Whip's meeting, geen Whip's. Eerstens, ek was in die Whip's meeting en daar het ons nie so besluit nie. Tweedens, ek weet nie wat se bevoegdheid het 'n Whip's meeting om so besluit te neem nie. Ons is hier in 'n raadsvergadering, nooit was daar besluit dat daar nou debat was nie. Ander partye wat teenwoordig was, kan hier bevestig of daar so besluit geneem was. Inderdaad, rondom 14.10.
Chief Whip, can you please assist? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As Speaker, if no political party indicates that they wish to speak on the item, and if it's only the DA that wishes to speak, then automatically it becomes a no debate. It's not something that needs to be decided by the whips, but if there's no speaker on the speakers list, it's a no debate, and that is the case here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Whip.
Speaker.
Order, please.
Speaker.
One moment. One moment, please. Councillor Hector. Your hand is still up.
Ek luister, Speaker.
The Chief Whip has given the explanation.
Ek het dit dan alles vir jou, moet ek dit nou weet vir u WhatsApp of wat wil jy moet ek dit doen oor die items wat goed aangedui het, hulle gaan op debatteer. En 14.10 is deel van dit.
Councillor Hector, I'm trying to facilitate this. I think there's general agreement. If there's no debate, then there's no debate. So I don't know how and why you missed out on this one. I cannot ask the Chief Whip to be more clear about this. There is no debate on this item.
Speaker, ek het vir jou persoonlik 'n WhatsApp gestuur met die items waarop ek gaan debatteer. Wil u hê ek moet dit weer vir u stuur? Ek het ook vanoggend hier in die chatbox ook gestuur, gaan terug en dan kan u sien. 14.10 is deel van dit.
Councillor Hector, I'm not going to quarrel with you on this platform. I really am not going to do it. First of all, no, let me not go there. Let me just say that I actually approached you this morning, and I asked you to let me have an indication of when you would like to speak and on which items you would like to speak. And I also followed that up by stating to you that on 14.10 there will be no debate, and that the other item that you refer to, 17.4, is not on the agenda. So I'm not going to quarrel with you about this. This matter is now dealt with.
Speaker, in plaas op record, 14.10 wil goed op debate. Ek het so 'n aanduiding gegee met al die ander items wat ek vir u gestuur het vanoggend.
Councillor Hector, I am not going to quarrel with you. I acknowledge that you've sent it to me, but then please also acknowledge that I have indicated to you and that I've responded to you that there is no there's no debate on 14.10.
Wat is die rede, Speaker?
Councillor Hector, I'm not going to go into a quarrel with you on this one or a discussion with you on this one. We have dealt with item 14.10.
Jy verhoed my reg om deel te neem aan die item, Speaker. Dit is wat jy nou tans doen.
Councillor Hector, I ask you, let's not go along or proceed along these lines. I have indicated to you what the stance of the Whippery was on this. Councillor Barnard has also indicated what's going on. We have dealt with item 14.10.
Whippery het die bevoegdheidsbevachte delegasiebevoegdheid eerder
this matter has now been.
Die praat van 'n Whippery meeting.
Councillor Hector, I'm asking you, please, let's put this behind us. Thank you. Before we proceed any further with 14.11, can I just get an indication from Mr. van Schalkwyk? Is it required that that the officials implicated and or involved in this need to declare their interest in this item? Mr. van
Speaker,
Schalkwyk?
yes, that's not. It's really not necessary. The item dealing with the declaration of interest in the code of conduct for councillors states that you only have to declare when you've got a personal or private business interest. In this instance, there's no private or public business interest, so it's not necessary to declare.
Thank you very much for that clarification, Mr. van Schalkwyk. We will then proceed with the first speaker on this item. It's the Mayor, Alderman van Wyk. You have 3 minutes, Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I think, as councillors are aware, this item 14.11 relates to the investigation into possible breach of the Code of Conduct for councillors through the non-attendance of 3 consecutive council meetings. Now, councillors will recall that this took place on the 28th of May last year, the 1st of June and the 2nd of June. And there's a whole process that has been followed through where many councillors, there's a long list of names who were a part of this. A process then got set up where an attendance committee dealt with the matter, and an outside service provider then acted in this matter and dealt with it, and we've got the recommendation that is then before us, and that really deals with there are stipulations in items 3 and 4 of the Code of Conduct for councillors relating to the attendance of meetings, and there also the sanctions for not attending meetings. And it's quite clear there that that a council may impose a fine as determined by the standing rules and order of the municipality and the councillor for not attending a meeting where that councillor was required to attend it, or failing to remain in attendance of such meetings. And then it also goes on further to state that a councillor who's absent for 3 or more consecutive meetings of a municipal council must be removed from office as a councillor. Now, we've got before us then, we've got this recommendation, and there's a listing of the findings of the attendance committee, and they list councillors by name, where some of them are guilty on both charges, some of them are not guilty, and that in effect then leads to the point under C, where council accepts the findings of the attendance committee, and we need to then amend that part of the recommendation to the wording that I've just stated, and I'll put in the necessary amendment to yourself, Speaker, and to the administration. And then D, that council note that item 4 sub 2 of the Code of Conduct for Councillors stipulates that the councillor who is absent from 3 or more consecutive meetings of the municipal council must be removed from office as a councillor. And then E, that council further notes that in terms of 14 sub 2 sub E of the Code of Conduct for Councillors, only the MEC of local government may remove a councillor from office. So that is my recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. And next to speak on this item is Councillor Langa. You have 4 minutes, Councillor Langa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, it must be said that on behalf of the ANC councillors, I would like to acknowledge and admit that as per the said rules of order, specifically under Rule 10 of the Rules of Order for councillors, the said procedures to submit a leave of absence was breached by the said councillors, and we do not dispute that, Mr. Speaker. That's the first thing. The same Rules of Order, Mr. Speaker, provides for process to be followed by council and not the Speaker under Rule 10.4.2 for a composition of a committee that consists of the Speaker, the Chief Whip of Council, as well as the whips of all other councillors represented in council, to investigate and report back to council on any transgression as contemplated in Rule 10.4.1. And 10.4.3 further states that this committee must conduct its work according to the fixed procedures determined by council from time to time. Yet, Mr. Speaker, this committee was never sanctioned by council. That's the first thing. Secondly, not all whips were part of this flawed process. And further, in the Rules of Order, nothing speaks of any person from outside of council should form part of this committee. Yet, we had someone who was not or is not part of the council, or at least not a whip of this council, or I mean a whip of any of these parties. The fact that these councillors are now said not to have followed the procedures in applying for leave of absence is as a result of your setting of precedents, Mr. Speaker, because for the 4 years I've been a councillor in this municipality, never have you rejected the normal procedure, and I say normal procedure, where that we have done, that we have always followed in submitting our applications for leave of absence, which have always been done in the same way and accepted by you, Mr. Speaker. But now you suddenly have a problem with that. Now you suddenly have a problem with today doing. You have set a precedence that this is an acceptable way of submitting leave of absence. The claim that we have missed 3 consecutive meetings, Mr. Speaker, is not true, because if you do the calculations, it's only 1 meeting that was missed, and because there were submissions of leave for absence. The fact that we are found not to have followed the procedures, in that we did submit apologies on leave of absence in the same way we've been doing it for over these years, but you chose not to accept it for your own political expediency. The same Rules of Order, Mr. Speaker, provides for sitting of ordinary council meetings at least once in a quarter, which you have breached, Mr. Speaker, on a number of occasions in 2020 when you ran this council through special council meetings for the whole year, yet you were not charged for breaching Rule 6.1 of the Rules of Order. We therefore, based on the above, regard the processes used to find the councillors guilty as procedurally flawed and wrong, and henceforth we object to the findings and the recommendation thereof, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Langa. Next to speak on this is Alderman Giereke. Alderman Giereke, you have 1 minute.
Speaker, the process is procedurally irregular. The High Court, if you recall, has granted us, or the DA has ruled against the DA to charge us because the High Court said that we were in our right to walk out of the meeting. This is what the judge in the High Court said. And then lastly, all of you, as outlined by Councillor Langa, he has outlined the process. All of you that are involved in this irregular process must be charged with abuse of power and corruption and irregular expenditure from council money of paying lawyers for this which you are doing here to humiliate and insult duly elected office bearers of this municipality. You are trying to make news of this, and your beloved newspaper will carry the story later this week. You can try everything in the book. You will be out of power after 27 October. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Giereke. I'm at risk of being incorrect or wrong here, but I have it that Councillor Hector would like to speak on this item. Councillor Hector, you have 1 minute. If I'm correct that you wish to speak on this item.
Dis korrek, Speaker. Waar kry jy nou daai bewys dat ek op die item wil praat nadat jy die vorige item geweier het? Maar dan voortgaan. Speaker, is baie vreemd dat julle nou hier kom, die DA nou hier kom na 'n jaar en raadslede voor 'n proses wil sit. Is baie verdag in die eerste plek. Raadslid Giereke het gepraat van 'n Hooggeregshof uitspraak. So help my reg, indien dit wel die geval is, moet ek met hom saamstem dat hierdie verslag van 14 April van Leroux Lamprecht prokureurs dan inderdaad 'n vrugtelose uitgawe is, indien die Hooggeregshof reeds dan vir julle uitspraak gegee het rondom die aangeleentheid. So help my reg, Speaker, voor my tyd. Die aangeleentheid kom al van Mei maand verlede jaar af in, dis voor my tyd in die raad. So ek vra u asseblief, help my reg, was daar Hooggeregshof uitspraak in hierdie verband?
I can answer it, but I don't think I should answer it. I don't know whether, in fact, I don't think we should actually even bother to answer this. We should proceed, Councillor Hector, because I think, with all respect, that there's a lot of interpretations as to the judgment that was.
No, you will be in contempt of court. You will be in contempt of court if you answer this now. You know it.
Thank you. Then, if I may not answer, then I don't think anybody should answer it. Do you wish to proceed, Councillor Hector? You still have a few seconds.
Speaker, ek wag vir die antwoord van die MM af. Moet my sê, as dit wat Raadslid Giereke, Alderman Giereke gesê het, is dit inderdaad waar is, en dan is dit 'n probleem vir my. Hierdie vrugtelose uitgawe van Leroux Lamprecht prokureurs.
Councillor Hector, I think Alderman Giereke has perfectly summed up that one cannot respond to this now without putting words in his mouth. Let the process take its course. I'm sure that we will all get the answers in due time.
Nee, dis reg, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Ek verstaan dit so, dan dink ek dan moet ons maar die item ons terugtrek. Dan moet ons die item totaal terugtrek.
Alderman Councillor Hector. Next speaker on this Councillor Clark, you have 1 minute.
Speaker, I second the proposal by the Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hector.
Ek weet nie wat nou aangaan nie.
Alderman Giereke, thank you.
Raadslid Noble, hoe lank gaan julle nog uitdoen?
Councillor Hector, please.
Hoe lank gaan julle nog uitdoen? Dankie, Speaker.
Hector.
Wou jy my weer gaan uitsit? Dankie, Speaker.
The point is, Councillor Hector, it shouldn't get to the point that I have to actually exclude anybody from any meeting. That is the point. We will now move to the confidential part of the proceedings.
Speaker, sorry, Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker. Sorry, Speaker. The motion is not in the confidential part, Mr. Speaker. The motion on page 65 should serve, sir.
Speaker, it's Councillor
Of course.
Strubble.
Strubble, I don't see a hand, but you may proceed.
I have put up my hand. But Speaker, may I please ask for a caucus, that you adjourn this meeting on a temporary basis so that we can have a caucus in this party. Thank you, Speaker.
How long do you wish to caucus?
Speaker, 15 to 20 minutes. Thank you, Speaker.
I'll grant you 20 minutes caucus. I see there's a hand up. Councillor Diki Lily.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it's Councillor Bushman. Can I be excused at 4? Please. At 4 o'clock.
Yes, I hope that we are done by then. Thank you very much.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you. We will then reconvene at 2:15. At 2:15. Thank you.
hang reg op my PC.
Sorry for not unmuting myself. Councillors and officials, thank you very much. I don't know whether Councillor Struble is back yet. Councillor Struble, you asked for a caucus. Is Councillor Struble with us? Councillor Struble?
Speaker, Councillor Struble is still busy logging in.
Can we proceed, Chief Whip?
Thank you very much, Speaker. On behalf of Councillor Struble, I'd like to thank you for affording the DA the opportunity to caucus. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much. We then return to item 11.1.1. The motion received from Alderman Giereke, submission to the Ordinary Council meeting scheduled for 27 May 2021 regarding the use of vacant land or open spaces in previously disadvantaged communities for the use of small business or community markets. Alderman Giereke, who seconds your motion?
Sorry, Speaker.
Speaker.
Sorry, if I may, before Alderman speaks, there's a lot of noise in the background.
Councillor Rolfse, your microphone seems to be on. Can you please mute it? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Viljoen, or Barnard rather, I'm sorry. Your hand is still up, Councillor Barnard. Councillor Barnard, your hand is still up.
Sorry, it's down on my side, Speaker.
Thank you. Alderman Giereke, seconds your motion.
Speaker.
It is
Ek second the
Councillor Buys,
motion.
Speaker.
Ek second the motion, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Buys. Councillor Giereke, can you briefly state the motion before I give you opportunity to elaborate?
Yes, Speaker, I bring this motion in terms, first and foremost, thank you very much indeed. I bring this motion in terms of Section 18 of the Rules of Order of the George Council and its committees. It's for Council to consider the use of vacant land or open spaces in previously disadvantaged communities for the purpose of accommodating small business or community markets. Many people need access to land or physical premises to promote and sell their products in our communities. They do not have access. That's the motion, Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman Giereke. Can I ask the House, is the motion opposed or unopposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
I take it that that is Councillor Wessels. Who seconds your opposition to the motion, Councillor Wessels?
I
will.
I
We will then go into debating this. Councillor Alderman Giereke, I will now give you more opportunity to elaborate on your motion. I'll give you 2 minutes, and after that, the parties will each get 2 minutes to comment on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, and also a big thank you to the Democratic Alliance for allowing this motion. The effect of this motion is basically, Speaker, that we do have small business people in our communities, traders and walkers, that really want to do business but do not have premises or even land to sell their products. And therefore, the PBI has been requested by many of these small business people across the city, not only in Packersdorp, but in Cornwall, Rosemore, Thembalethu, where they ask that we make provision, or that council makes provision to accommodate them on land or even in facilities to show off their products, to display their products, also to sell their products. Some of them have talents in craft markets, some of them sell fruit and veg, some of them in the food market. These are all in the informal sector. And this has got to do basically fundamentally with the second economy in our communities to stabilize, to stimulate the second economy also in our communities. Many of these people, although they are talented, they are jobless, and they feel that they can do something in that time to contribute towards the economy and towards sustaining and supporting their households. That's the gist of the motion, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Gierke. First to speak on this or respond to the motion is the DA, Councillor Wessels. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think firstly I would like to make it clear that the DA opposed this motion for the sake of debate. Building a secondary economy, as Alderman Gierke said, is of the utmost importance of the DA, and encouraging entrepreneurship and creating jobs is one of the strategic objectives as per the IDP. Some of these processes has already started, as was said in the mayor's address earlier, with the erection of stands in informal traders in Packelsdorp and Touwsrivier, new informal trading containers in the George CBD, and in combination with the Directed Human Settlements, a strategy for development and the release of vacant business and industrial property in Timbalete is being developed. We are, in terms of informal traders, street traders, there are currently 82 stalls already, and there's a strategic plan that will be rolled out within the next 12 to 18 months. There's a neighborhood development plan on the way, and with limited funds available on the capital and operational budget, we certainly need to be sure on how we go about encouraging small business. In the light of this, I would like to make a counter proposal that we mandate the acting MM to instruct the relevant departments to submit a report and the availability, opportunities and use of vacant land in these areas. Such item will then go to serve on the relevant section 80 committee, which will then ultimately come to council. As mentioned, there's already administrative processes on the way with regards to the projects that I've mentioned. And again, I would just like to ensure that building a secondary economy is of utmost importance to the Democratic Alliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wessels. Next to speak is the ANC. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, allow me to make this very big word of thanks to Comrade Virgil for raising such an important matter. Yes, we agree, and would like to say it is in Speaker, can you please protect me?
One moment. Somebody's microphone is on. Can you please mute? It is utterly disturbing. It is utterly disturbing, and I think it's utterly disrespectful. Councillor Yeso, thank you. Wow. Councillor Langa, please proceed. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was still saying, Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the fact that, Councillor Gierke or Alderman Gierke has actually seen it fit to actually raise this matter. I do not want us to actually start playing politics here, Mr. Speaker. I hear Councillor Wessels now is coming up with a counter proposal now so that we can play politics and say it's either the DA or the PBI or whomever has actually brought up this. This for me does not really, make any sense. But what is important is for us to actually hold hands in support of the motion by Councillor or Alderman Gierke. That, by the way, speaks to what have always been raised in our communities. And I would want you to go back, maybe I should say to the officials, go back to our, ward committee meetings and IDPs for that matter, and see what we've been raising as a development for small businesses and support. And this is in line with exactly that. But what we know is that the DA, contrary to it being praised now by Councillor Wessels, is dragging feet each time there is a developmental approach that is to be taken for our areas. So I would therefore actually wish to say, let us first engage as ward councillors particularly to make sure that we identify those pieces of land that are going to be suitable for such development. We support that and would love to say, don't just rush it and do it without anyone's involvement. It must be everyone involved so that we know that we are taking hands in making sure that we develop our communities. Big ups, Comrade Gericke, and big ups to the ANC for really having also stood its ground in as far as this is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Langa. Next to speak on this is the EFF, Councillor Khama.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I will highly support the motion. This vacant land will make a huge difference on poor areas. We hope and believe all of us in this council will support this motion because small businesses are being harassed by law enforcement agencies, and the circumstances make them to come to go to sell their stuff in town. We also hope that the process should be fair. What councillors have to work together with PR councillors and the community NGOs to identify such areas and also persons willing to do their businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khama. Next is Councillor Hector. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Hector.
Dankie, Speaker. Ja, goed glo dat daar social responsibility op ons owerhede is om hulp te verskaf aan ons voorheen voor benadeelde gemeenskappe. Dit wat die DA of raadslid Wessels egter tans genoem het is egter onwaar. Aangesien daar huidiglik geen hulp van die munisipaliteit is, vanwaar die mosie dan raadslid Gierke dan of Alderman Gierke dan goed gedink het om hierdie mosie bedag na die raad toe te bring. So die DA moet eerlik wees dat hulle absoluut geen hulp wat hulle tans aan klein besighede veral in ons voorheen benadeelde gemeenskappe verskaf nie. As ons gaan kyk, onlangs was daar 'n groot bohaai in Pakkelsdorp waar 'n jong opkomende besigheidsman wat voorheen by bendeaktiwiteite of wat ook al betrokke was, waar hy het goed gedink het om vir 'n besigheidjie, klein besigheidjie te begin. En wat het die George munisipaliteit gedoen? Hulle het hom geviktimiseer sodat hy sy besigheid moet oppak. So vir eens en vir altyd wil ons vra vir u asseblief, Speaker, wees 'n slag eerlik, die DA, julle beteken en doen absoluut niks vir ons mense nie. As dit nie die geval is, glo ek sekerlik raadslid Gierke of Alderman Gierke sou dan nie die mosie vandag gebring het, indien julle werklik eerlik is met julle self en hulp aan ons mense beskaf. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Hector. Ms. Apollos, can you please translate? Councillors, there's a lot of background noise. Councillor Khama, I see your microphone is on. Can you please mute it? Thank you. Ms. Apollos, your turn. Thank you. Ms. Apollos, we can't hear you. Ms. Apollos, can you try again? Can you perhaps just turn up the volume on your device? And hopefully that way we will be able to hear you. We still can't hear you. Councillor Apollos? Sorry, not Councillor Apollos, Ms. Apollos. Councillors, can we proceed? I think you got the gist of Councillor Hector's comments. If I may, can we please proceed? To speak on this is the Freedom Front Plus. Councillor van Niekerk, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, the Freedom Front will support any motion that can play a role in promoting the economy of George. People are unemployed. However, if it's going to be a facility created for a chosen few, then surely the Freedom Front will not support it. If it can be fair, if it can be open for everybody, all the citizens of George are made available for them, then the Freedom Front will support it. But not if it's only for a selected community. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van Niekerk. I'm going to allow Alderman Giereke to wrap up and then also listen to Councillor Wessel's proposal. Alderman Giereke, in 1 minute, please.
Speaker, we are thankful for the support of all the parties. We do not want to play politics. We want to prevent a situation where we end up with people grabbing land and causing a confusion in the city and disorder. And therefore, we need to expedite this motion. I want to request Councillor Dirk Wessels, let us take hands in this regard. Let us not try to outsmart one another. Let us stand together and let us show up as statesmen and as councillors and as servants of our communities. I would ask you, or I will ask you, Councillor Wessels, to instead of bringing a counter proposal, just to join in with us all in this motion, bullet your point that you want to do to refer this to the committees and take into consideration all the other submissions of the parties, and then we take it forward. This is not a win or lose situation. This is a win-win situation for the entire city. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman Giereke. Councillor Wessels.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. I would just like maybe to make a correction to what Councillor Hector said with regards to know that the municipality doesn't do anything currently. We've committed to 600,000 over a 3-year period to the iHub in Thembalethu, which is creating a lot of opportunity, as well as the 82 stalls and creating more informal trading settlements, hence facilitating a secondary economy. I hear what Councillor Alderman Giereke is saying. We would dearly like to take hands. As again, I'm stating that this is one of the strategic objectives of this municipality is to create jobs and create a second economy and to build entrepreneurship. I do, however, think that we must use the processes that are currently in place. Hence my proposal of the MM to instruct the relevant departments to submit a report regarding the availability, the opportunities, and the use of the current vacant land. So my plea would be the exact same as his, that we then take hands and together with Councillor Langa has said, get everyone involved in the decision making. I believe the only way to do that is to bring a proper item through to council. So if Alderman Giereke is willing to meet on that and agreed that this matter should be is of extreme importance to us as well. So with the current processes that's being in place and that we bring a proper report back to the council. So that would be my proposal.
Thank you, Wessels. Alderman Giereke, your hand is up.
Speaker, I have no objection against this, which Councillor van Wyk is saying, Councillor Wessels is saying. We must just, this is part of the motion in any way because he is joining up, as he said. Let us just get a time frame for this and in order to move forward. If the proposal is for the ward councillors to meet up, then I also don't have an objection. This is not about politics. If that is the proposal, the ward councillors must meet, we must set a date and then we move forward. Thank you, Speaker. The date set then for people to meet is fine, but then we must then say at the next council meeting, the report must serve for this purpose.
Thank you, Alderman. Councillor Wessels, did you wish to add comment?
Yes, no, I just want to thank Alderman Giereke in joining my proposal then that I assume we can then instruct the MM to instruct the relevant departments to submit the report to the Section 80 so that it can come through to council, and that my proposal will then hold us as I stated in the beginning.
Thank you. I'm going to need some guidance here from Mr. van Schalkwyk, please, through the MM. I think there still are two different motions on the table. I think there is an indication that there is a lot of common ground. The question is, if there's no voting on this, then obviously the motion submitted by Alderman Giereke stands as it is. I'm not trying to be difficult, please understand me. I just need some clarity and some guidance here.
Just on a point of order, if that motion then stands as is, then I would like to submit my counter proposal as I read earlier.
That is what I'm trying to get at now. So, Mr. van Schalkwyk, can you please guide me as far as this is concerned? Technically, we have two proposals on the table.
Mr. Speaker.
Alderman Giereke.
Can I just come in before Mr. van Schalkwyk speaks, please?
Please proceed.
There's really no need for two proposals. We are standing on common ground. Councillor Wessels has made it clear that they are in support of this motion. We appreciate the support. You don't need to be subjected to this motion, Councillor Wessels. You are the leading party. You are the governing party. All that you need to do is to say we're joining up, we support this, and then you also minute your proposal into this motion. In that regard, Mr. van Schalkwyk can assist us, but let us not be divided on this. Let us take the city forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Noted. Councillor Wessels, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I lost the last bit of what Alderman Giereke said. No, I think our position as the leading party stands, and we would like to do this in a just and fair way, and I believe the only way to do that is to go through the Section 80 committee, and then eventually that the item comes through to council. So that would be the position, and this is not playing politics. This is about acting in the best interest of all the communities and making sure that a fair and just process is being followed.
Thank you, councillors. I don't want to extend this debate. I see that the Chief Whip's hand was up. Chief Whip, do you wish to add? And after that, Mr. van Schalkwyk, and after that, we will have to decide.
You don't see my hand, Speaker, you don't see my hand. My hand was before all these hands that you are acknowledging now. You don't see it.
Speaker?
I honestly did not see your hand, Councillor Jantjies Guzman. Can I please give the Chief Whip the opportunity, and then I'll give you an opportunity.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I will defer to what Mr. van Schalkwyk has to say. I was just going to state that we do have a proposal from Alderman Giereke as well as a counter proposal from Councillor Wessels, which then means that I believe we will need to vote on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Thank you. Mr.
But
Pascalwick,
Speaker-
and then order,
Thank you.
please. Order,
Thank you,
please.
Speaker. Did you not say you're going to give me after the Chief Whip?
That's right. Please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is a motion. I don't know what counter proposals are we talking about now. It's either we for or against the motion. So it seems like all of us agree with the motion. So what is this now? Why are we dragging this thing? We are playing politics most now. This is seriously being politicking now.
Thank you. Mr. Van Schalkwyk, do you have anything to add?
Speaker, we must have a formal resolution. Like Alderman Gericke said, I think you're speaking the same language. It's just that, there must be something formally, because as it is there now, it's just that Alderman Gericke said for council to consider the use of vacant land. So I hear that you are all talking the same language, but you must take a resolution on this. I would propose that you then, join hands and just take a resolution that this matter be taken forward, because there's no resolution as it is now at the moment.
Thank you, councillors. Meyer.
Yes, Speaker, I think can we deal with this matter now? We've been going around in circles for quite a while. There's a proposal by Alderman Gericke on the table, and there's a proposal by Councillor Wessels. Can we just put it to the vote and deal with the matter?
Thank you, Meyer.
And I've given wording through to Councillor Wessels, and if we can just go and work on that then.
Thank you.
Speaker, I have my hand up.
I'm going to vote.
Councillor Langa, I don't think we need more debate on this.
No, Speaker, we need more debate.
I know you might think, Speaker, I know you might think we don't need debate here, but you allow people from the DA to politicize this thing. There is no need for us to even have a counter proposal here. Why can't we, for once, why can't we be grown-ups and agree? Because now you want to take it out of Virgil's hand and you want to use it as a DA thing. No, man. Speaker, you can't allow this to happen.
Councillor Langa. Thank you. Councillor Wessels, can you please read your proposal?
Yes, I can most certainly do that. That the acting
do whatever you want to do, Speaker. This is the PBI's proposal. You can change it and penalty it the way you want to. It's still going to come out as a PBI's proposal.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of clarity, please.
Alderman Gericke, I really don't want to prolong this. What is the point of clarity?
You are not prolonging this. We cannot all the time, listen to me what I'm saying, and you can do whatever you like to. We cannot all the time be governed by a mayor that's intolerant when we discuss issues of interest. It is not his call. We respect him as a mayor. We respect him, but we cannot respect him when he tries to stifle debate when we speak issues of our community. You are trying to steal this motion, and you know that you cannot come here with a counter proposal. The DA must either vote for the motion or against the motion.
Last time, Alderman Gericke.
Well, you can tell, you can make it the 100th time. It doesn't. I don't care.
Councillor Wessels, please read your motion, and after that we'll proceed to voting. Thank you.
My hand is up. Speaker, my hand is up.
Councillor Hector, I'm not allowing any more debate on this. Thank you. Councillor Wessels, please read your motion, your proposal.
Ek kan nie deelneem, Speaker.
Councillor Hector, I am not allowing you to speak. I'm not going to allow any further debate. I've asked Councillor Wessels to read his motion or his proposal. Thank you.
Speaker, ek soek net 'n duidelikheid asseblief.
Councillor Hector, I am not going to allow any further discussion. Thank you.
Doesn't matter how arrogant you can be, the
Councillor Langa for the last time.
Kom ons sê vir die mense. Kom ons sê vir die mense die DA steun die motion. Kom ons sê dit vir die mense. Kom ons gaan sê dit.
Alderman Gericke for the last time.
We know you're not
Speaker,
coming back. The DA has dealt with you.
Speaker, point of clarity asseblief. Ek wil net weet of jy die advice van die legal
Councillor Hector, I have not given you the opportunity to speak. And now for the last time, Councillor Wessels, please read us your proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My proposal would be that the acting MM be
Sorry, we can't hear, Speaker.
council land available to qualified purpose.
Councillor Wessels is being silenced by someone.
Yeah, I don't know what. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My proposal would be that the acting MM would be mandated to investigate the possibility to make vacant council land available to qualified persons for the purpose of small business and or community markets with due regard to applicable legislation and council policies. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillors, we will now vote on the two proposals. The one is the motion by Alderman Giereke and the one as just read by Councillor Wessels. Obviously, I'll read the names again. We will, on this occasion, vote according to this, and that is that you will vote against the proposal by Alderman Giereke, or you will vote in favor of that proposal. If you vote against it, I presume that you will go with the proposal by Councillor Wessels. We'll now proceed to the voting. Councillor Adams.
Speaker, as a person that requested for informal settlement to be brought to my area in Uzu and Congo, I support Councillor Dirk.
Councillor Adams, I couldn't hear. I cannot hear. It's Councillor Adams.
Can you hear me, Speaker? Can you hear me?
Councillor Adams, I can hear you. Very faint, very distant.
I'm just walking so that I can get a better connection. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you.
Speaker, I would like to support the recommendation by Councillor Dirk as a person who requested for this informal trading areas to be brought to our community, so I support Councillor Dirk.
Thank you. Councillor Barnard.
Against Councillor Alderman Giereke's motion and for Councillor Dirk's amended motion.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Against, Councillor Giereke's proposal.
Councillor Buys.
Ek stem saam in die proposal van Councillor Giereke.
Councillor Clark.
For Councillor Wessels' proposal.
Councillor Cronje.
Against Giereke.
Councillor Dickie Lilly. Councillor Dickie Lilly. Is present. Councillor Eso.
In favor of Councillor Giereke.
Councillor Farrell.
Against Alderman Giereke.
Councillor Vugland.
Against Alderman Giereke in support of Councillor Wessels.
Councillor Fortuin is not here. Councillor Fry.
Against Giereke.
Thank you. Alderman Giereke.
Mr. Speaker, the PBI will not vote on this motion because we have the motion there. The motion is not about against. You're handling this motion entirely wrong. It's not against or for. Your councillor, Dirk Wessels, has said that they agree with us. Now suddenly you change your position together with your councillor, Brandon Adams of Cornwall, that's voting against colored people. That's voting against colored people for the benefits of land. Let me understand, Brandon Adams. He's a standard, Brandon Adams.
Alderman Gericke. Councillor Gultik.
In support of Councillor Wessels.
Hector.
Speaker, net 'n point of clarity man. Ek wil weet die advies van die advisor was moet ons na stemmingsproses.
Hector, are you voting against or for the proposal by Alderman Gericke?
Speaker, daar was advies van die legal advisor af. Moet ons in 'n stemmingsproses gaan? Was dit sy advice of nie?
Hector, I'm ignoring you. If you want to vote, you tell me. If you don't want to vote, I'm ignoring you. Councillor Henge. Councillor Ingo.
Speaker, I support Councillor Wessels' proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Jantjies Guzman. Councillor James. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I support Councillor Wessels and I'm against Alderman Gericke's proposal.
Alderman Gericke. Sorry, Councillor Kama.
In favor of Alderman Gericke and against Councillor Wessels.
Thank you. Alderman Kritzinger.
Speaker against Gericke, for and for Wessels.
Councillor Langa. Councillor Lesele. Councillor Lof. Councillor Lowe.
For Councillor Wessels.
Councillor Mbete.
Support Councillor Wessels, Speaker.
Councillor Daka. Councillor Mkondo is not with us. Councillor Julia Mkazana. Councillor Noble.
Wessels.
Councillor Nosana. Alderman Petrus.
I understand Councillor Wessels.
Thank you. Councillor Plata. I'm supporting Councillor Wessels. Councillor Roofse.
Speaker, support for Dirk Wessels.
Councillor Royland. Councillor Suffers.
In support of Councillor Wessels, Speaker.
Councillor Snyman.
Councillor Wessels.
Councillor Stander.
Support Wessels.
Councillor Stemela.
Support Wessels,
Councillor
Speaker.
Strubel.
Support Wessels.
Easy. Alderman van der Hoeven.
Speaker, I support Councillor Gericke, but can you please allow for time so that the ANC councillors can connect again, Speaker, because you did it with Councillor Fry and now you're just running along. Please allow the ANC councillors and give them IT support so that they can connect and cast their vote. Please, Speaker, because that will be free and fair.
Councillor van Niekerk.
The Freedom Front support the amended proposal, Speaker.
Councillor Alderman van Wyk.
Against Gericke, in favour of Wessels.
Councillor van Brandes.
In support of Councillor Wessels.
Alderman Williams. Councillor Windwaai. Councillor Windwaai.
Support Councillor Wessels, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That concludes the voting. Ms. Bredenkamp,
Speaker,
if
you
can-
skipped me.
Speaker, you excluded
Speaker, I
Councillor
didn't
Wessels.
hear you call my name. I didn't hear you call my name, Speaker.
I did call your name. Is that Councillor Julia?
Yes, again, Speaker.
Thank you. So noted. Councillor Wessels, my apologies for not mentioning your name. Councillor Wessels.
I'll be in support of my own recommendation. Thanks.
I thought as much. Thank you. Ms. Bredenkamp, if you can help me with the counting, thank you.
I will do so, Speaker.
Ms. Ms. Bredenkamp, do you have a count perhaps?
Still busy, Speaker.
Okay. When you are ready, please. Ms. Bredenkamp.
Mr. Speaker, die voorstel wat ten gunste van raadslid Wessels ek het 29 en die vir raadslid Gierike, raadsheer Gierike is 4.
I must tell you, can you please recount? I counted 28 in favor of the proposal by Councillor Wessels and 4 against, 4 for the proposal by Alderman Gierike with 1 abstention. Councillor Gierike or Alderman Gierike abstained from voting.
Can I withdraw my proposal also, Speaker?
I'm not sure what proposal you're referring to, Alderman.
The fact that I voted, can I withdraw my vote?
Your vote has been recorded, Alderman.
Can I withdraw it, Speaker?
The vote has been counted. I have it as well here that it's 29 to 5. My apologies for my being incorrect. Councillors, as far as item 1.1 is concerned, the motion, the proposal by Councillor Wessels carries by 29 votes to 5. We move on to the next item on the agenda. If you can give me one moment, please. We move to item 15, questions to council. 15.1, replies to questions. There were no questions that I'm aware of. 15.2, new questions. I'm not aware of any new questions. We move to item 16, confidential